Good morning, good morning. The skies are blue and black. Yeah, morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just doing some more gritty writing. We're coming up near the end of chapter 5 rewrite now. I'm in the midst of the fight at the moment. We're literally in the middle of the fight. I literally need like the standing here I realize you were just like me. Mm. Oh my god. But I have pretty dramatically changed a lot of the fight. Because obviously the Wolverine, when we first wrote this fight in Guardians of Nature, I didn't have nailed down exactly what the Wolverine gifts would be. Now I know more, and they're actually utilizing the weapons of Mani. So the Michael has already called out Moon's Crescent, which is the sickle that the Guthi get. We have the Moon Axe that Sarah is now using, which is one of the two armaments, because remember, the Yalder Skald get a little spoiled. But it's one of the two implements that Mani gives to the Yalder Skald. Oh my god. And I also realized that rash I had is getting worse. Or not getting worse. It went further than I thought it did. I should say it's getting better. It was real bad. Typos don't fucking matter because you can fix those, right? Why would you do that as nearly? Why is this just a nearly there? I don't understand. I don't understand that. I'll talk about that in a moment. So one of the things I did was I have changed. I've changed the heights. I was discussing it in literature and writing. I decided to make a chart to highlight how tall everything was, and I was like, you know what? I don't think the audience will properly appreciate if things are too big. So I shaved a foot off of every cast, both their maximums and their minimums. Because when you hear that something's 11 foot tall, do you picture that in your mind really well? You know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't. So I feel like the noting how tall they are. So having it be 10 foot tall for the Maxwell Wrecker, which is what Sidorus Steeljaw was. He was 10 feet tall. That means that William is going to be 9'6" as his maximum. Then you have the Damari are 9 feet. Then you have the Guthi are 8'6". Then you have the Speya are 8 feet tall as their maximum heights. Their minimums are a foot and a half lower than that. This is to give a little bit of a spread of how tall the Wolverine can be in their true form. So change that around a bit. Just because I'm looking at it, I'm like, I know I'm giving grace for the fact that they don't stand fully upright all the time. You know, there's a little bit of hunching. There's a little bit of like forward posture and everything, which would make them a little shorter, but not by much. Yeah, remember, I'm thinking full extension on the digitigrade legs as well too. So, you know, that's why I was like, I was looking at it. And I did another second chart where I took the foot off, and yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. Because even if a Speya minimum is only 6'6", that's still pretty, like, it would still fit within the idea of the Speya being the weakest of the Wolverine casts, right? My problem I had was I wanted to, when an audience reads or sees a creature and it's really big, they instinctively associate strength with it, right? Because I wanted to make abundantly clear that though the Speya are the weakest of the Wolverine casts, they could still easily pick up a normal human and rip them in half with their bare hands, right? They don't need to, like, bite or tear or slash or anything. No, they could literally just grab you and pull and will just pop you in half. Mm. And that's what they do. It's a balance thing. They slightly do lean forward a little bit. They have forward posture. It also goes with them being the sneakiest cast, being able to fit through a normal door. They can all fit through a normal door, it's just you'd have to crouch down, right? And remember, the whole point behind the Wrecker, who are the biggest of them, they are the living siege engine, which again we'll talk about here in this because, surprise, surprise, the Smiler that they're fighting is a Wrecker. Okay, let's see. I need to go back to where we were and get to where we're at. Then we continue the writing. Okay. All right. We'll start from here. It is a little bit back past where we last left off. Hold on a second. A little bit back from where we last left off, but it's not too far back. So here we go. We'll see how my vocal cords and everything hold up. The false Ulfer didn't respond this time, and instead just slumped his side in against the back seat. The Ranger was right about it being a roller coaster ride, as even now he felt the strange wavering of so many different feelings. Maybe I should do different emotions instead of feelings, because even now he felt. I was like, emotions. He wanted to be outraged, depressed, angry, giddy in surviving the horror, horrified at his new self, worried about his comrades, all of it pulling in different directions. He just wanted some sort of outlet for any of it, and yet he felt the contract deep within him was stifling this somehow. His Resentian Ranger may well be right, but he damn well didn't like a bit of it. I can tell the throat demons are trying real hard right now. Michael was thus able to retune his focus back to the road they were on, finally following Brightbeak's guidance to the main roadway that acted as to the next roadway that acted as main thoroughfare through the forest. This allowed him to ease his tension and settle into a routine of just driving as normal. He would need to head past the visitor center to the wolf sanctuary and down the back roads there to get back to the tribe. This false sulfur needed to be safely tucked away out of sight until he had the strength to try and shift back to his normal self. Root Howler willing, the rest of the evening would go smoothly. The Ander, though, were capricious by their very nature, and the world enjoyed toying with the expectations of the mortals within it. Thus he tensed up as the radio crackled to life and a hushed voice came over it. "Mr. Wolf, come in. There's a problem. 2 men broke into the visitor center." A pause came from the radio, and then suddenly the woman's voice came back on with more intensity. "Oh, fuck. They have a radio, too. And they see me." The ranger's hand shot to his radio, and he called into it but a single word. "Jennifer?" Michael was unsure why at this moment he reacted in the manner he did, but he immediately gunned the accelerator and the truck lurched forward. In hindsight, perhaps it was because of all the strangeness of the evening and the knowledge that a Smiler was in the area. Perhaps he had come to care, even if only a little, for this strange human woman and didn't want to see her come to harm. Garbage truck, garbage truck, garbage truck. Either way, the truck's engine roared to life. The lights all across it blasted the night in spite of Brightbeak's guidance, and the speedometer jumped as he raced against time to get back. For his part, Monty's Onder... we're going to ignore that. Yeah, ignore. Monty's Onder messenger realized that the ranger was suddenly determined to get somewhere in a hurry, and thus he stopped shining his light and folded his wings in to begin a dive. The speed of the truck may have been great, but there was no way it could outpace the flight of a spirit bird, and thus he rocketed towards Michael with incredible haste. Once he had angled alongside the truck, he landed on the mirror and looked over at Michael to try and get his attention. The ranger's focus was on speed, but he couldn't ignore the spirit sitting outside the window and currently battling the wind shear. With a slight grunt, he rolled down... let's get rid of the window there. He rolled it down. The noise causing a sharp twinge of pain to go through the false sulfur, who only just now realized his range of hearing had changed. This caused him to cover his ears, at first missing, for he was used to them being on the side of his head, before pulling up to clamp them down and roll in the back seat. At the same time, Brightbeak hopped into the truck and ruffled his feathers some as he looked at the ranger. Okay, can I do Brightbeak's voice with his throat? Let's find out. Thank you for this reading. Okay. Gah! Making my feathers on it look untidy. Brightbeak Shit, I have the cursor over it. Brightbeak tilted his head as he looked directly at the ranger. Said man shrugged some and kept his eyes focused on the road as he nearly floored the truck to its limits. Slow down. You want to become a spirit soon? Bah, crazy wolf. Silly lupine. Someone be in a tickle trouble, and I need to help him. Michael's tone was flat, and he began to ease off the gas and carefully feather the brakes to take the next turn onto another road. This one would more directly link to the visitor center, instead of coming in the side path that he and Jennifer had traveled along earlier. Oh? Is this that human woman you helped earlier? The ranger furrowed his brow and nodded his head. Clearly Brightbeak had been hovering around the area for a bit. Likely even saw his faux pas from earlier too. If she dies, that mistake goes away. This is when Michael realized that Brightbeak was speaking with a strange clarity. Yet to call out an Ander directly was to invite trouble. He didn't have proof for it, but he felt it deep within that the spirit bird had a hand in the schemes of the evening. Though while he could not be explicit, he did have one angle he could reach out from. Aye, indeed. And may I ask, how did that woman's car come to be damaged in the way it were? The question was clearly pointed towards conspiracy, and the Ander couldn't help but pick up on it. After all, Brightbeak was guilty, and he was exceptionally clever. Who can say? The answer itself was an admission, and Michael suddenly realized all those happenings and... Hold on a second. The answer itself was an admission, and Michael suddenly realized all those happenings were keeping him within the area. All those happenings and keeping him in the area were important. Monty herself wanted something, and this poor Goofy, not even a fourth Talon yet, was to be the harbinger of that desire made manifest. I see. Well, be that as it may, perhaps Monty herself knows the truth o' it. As for tis Goofy, I shall nae leave her to such a miserable fate. She tried to warn me personally. This is when his thoughts suddenly crashed together and his focus slightly shifted to the side to keep Brightbeak in sight. A smiler is at work. It attacked that outpost, aye? It did indeed. And why do you care? The pieces were coming together, and thus he leaned back in the driver's seat and swallowed, waiting for the answer. Money cares, so it must be important. Who were tempté on the embankment? Jack suddenly shifted in his seat and started to peek his head up, the noise normalizing itself as his ears perked at the man speaking to himself. Who can say? Ye can say. I know ye can. And if ye don't, I swear to Monty herself, I'll go back there and kill those tay. Michael had to keep his emotions calm. He needed the bluff to be delivered with an even tone and with the grim focus writ large on his face. Brightbeak himself tried to discern the truth of it, and ruffled his feathers as he hopped closer to the upstart wolf. You! His words trailed off for a time, and he did his best to weigh the words he would use carefully. The woman's death would be a tragedy. But nay to man. Money would burn the world. The bird delivered those words with a casual coldness before he ruffled his feathers again and drew his head back close to his body. I trust you understand what that means. He absolutely did not. Beyond the obvious statement of her being furious enough to do something so extreme, it made him even more concerned and confused. What could that man possibly have been that would warrant Monty herself to get involved? Yet this also begged the question, why was he now involved too? What plans did she have for him? She be that serious then? Jack tilted his head as he tried his hardest to listen in on any other sounds. Perhaps the ranger had an earpiece in. Did they even use earpieces? One more question. Where be to Smiler at? If Money be so worried about that man, so focused on him, She knows where to tread is, don't she? You'll see very soon. Brightbeak began to hop up onto the ranger's shoulder and move to the window, tapping his beak on it. This strange noise actually caused Jack to twitch as he could hear the tapping, if only subtly, and looked at the window. "Can I ask ye? Tell Sarah I nae want to fight alone." The Ender didn't respond beyond tapping at the window again, which Michael soon rolled down. This burst of noise made Jack wince, but he had clearly rolled the window down in response to the tapping. The spirit bird simply offered a nod of its head and leapt out of the window, spreading his wings and using the forward momentum in a quick sweep up and away from the truck. As he gained balance, he turned his eyes, attuned to the world below, to scan across the forest. He could see the light shimmering of another guardian in the woods, likely the Sarah the Goothie had asked him about. Steadily his wings beat and he started to fly in that direction, but his gaze looked elsewhere. Those eyes instead half watched the truck as it got further away and neared the visitor center. Around that destined structure, there was a strange dullness, as if the spiritual energy near it was being suppressed. It was one of the more obvious signs that a corrupted guardian was nearby, only visible when they had shifted. It was all too likely that the ranger was going to come upon a gruesome scene far too late to have mattered. Michael himself could sense. What the fuck? Could sense should be what that is. Michael himself could sense the tenseness in the air, and he began to pull up into the visitor center parking lot. The truck tires screeched to a halt, which made Jack wince and sit bolt upright. You have backup coming, Ranger? Maybe. You never can tell with the spirits. I pray that bird be taking me message to Sarah. Michael quickly turned off the truck and got out of it, but soon looked back to Jack, who was scooting his way towards one of the back doors. Making a judgment call, he flipped the switch on the dash, which unlatched the rear doors and let the false sulfur fumble with the door to open it. Carefully, Jack climbed out of the truck and did his best to get his balance, for his legs were distinctly different in their dimensions before he shut the door. The sound of the truck's rear door closing made the ranger start to turn, but he could hear a scream from inside the center. Thus he ran instead to the front door, stopping in his tracks as he saw Jennifer starting to rise from the floor. That is when he finally saw it. Slowly, menacingly stalking out of the office was the head of a black wolf with red eyes of the dwarven clan holds, the second most common eye color of Michael's birthland. Maybe I'll do Ancestral Home. Quickly, he started to channel the strength of his kind inwards and release the tension. His body started to crack audibly as bones broke, the strange sound of tendons being pulled taut and thrumming like a drum, while an intense heat started to wash from his body. This was the merging of the spirit of the Wolverine in their physical form, lending them the change and the mass needed to take their new shape. Skin changing to that of hide as hairs, now thick as fur, began to erupt across his body. His teeth began to fuse and move, extending his canines into the incredibly lethal tools of the wolf, and his nails began to draw into his fingers before thickening and pushing back out into talons. His clothing was spared because of the measure he had taken earlier when dealing with the freshly turned false sulfur. The The uniform changed its shape, drawing into his fur and leaving a strange pattern of green hairs that were the telltale sign of stowage. A few special arm bracelets formed along his right arm, while a loincloth kept his modesty, all while a few beads were carefully hanging from fur along the top of his head. Each of these held import in the memory of the clothes that had to be protected from the shift, or special tools to be used in a Wolverine's true form. With practice, the Vordir could get the change done within but a few seconds, for every precious moment mattered in a crisis. Man, it's really hard to read like this with this throat. It's way better than it was yesterday, and the day before that. Way better, but my God, I'm feeling it. Let me chug some more water. All right. In a strange way, the woman had said it best herself in the wisdom her brother had shared. When seconds mattered, help was always minutes away. Thus most Wolverine would train hard to master the shift, which had the plus side of reducing the overwhelming pain's presence to as brief a window as possible. Closer, the corrupted wolf stalked towards Jennifer. Any second could well be her last. Michael spun on his padded footpaws, his eyes snapping to the car the intruders used to get here. That's right. She said there were 2 men that broke in. Were there 2 Smilers? It didn't matter. He needed to engage them right now. The passenger door protested as he wrenched it free from its mounting, and he turned his focus to the window, just as the terrible monstrosity took sudden notice of him in turn. Jennifer remained crouched in her position for what felt like hours as the 2 men were starting to search through everything they could. The shorter of the 2 was clearly the leader and the mastermind of this little scheme, though she felt reluctant to overplay his worth to the plan, given he seemed more interested in fantasizing about something and would make such debaucherous comments towards his compatriot. Said partner also seemed to just capitulate on anything the shorter man said and would attempt to shy away from him. Jennifer was in total agreement with the musclehead and wanted to avoid the other man as much as possible. Thus she felt a kindred spirit to the poor lackey. Yet her curious nature was getting the better of her judgment, and she tried to lean out and get a better idea of what they were actually searching for. A part of her was wondering if she was actually just trying to prove herself to the ranger now, and thus causing her such carelessness. As the pair of ne'er-do-wells continued to search, they began to make an incredible racket, choosing haste over tact. Jennifer, meanwhile, spotted the nearby charging rack for the radio system, along with the whiteboard overhead of rotating names for who was on what frequency. If she could get to one of the radios and get in touch with the ranger, she could call him for help. "I found it! Master, I found it!" The bigger man called out and quickly withdrew some files from a cabinet along the wall. What a surprise! My favorite fuck managed to do something other than spread himself open for me. Those words were so strangely hostile, and the musclehead quickly flinched away when the folder was snatched from him. It only took a couple moments of perusing the contents before that disturbingly broad smile stretched and pulled its way over his face. This is it. Can't help themselves, can they? Oh, now I get paid and I get my just reward. The shorter man grabbed the other and pulled him along as they started to march out the door of the offices. Jennifer watched the blonde-haired man struggle as he tried to keep up, yet all the while he whimpered and shivered. When the two of them finally started to get what the fuck? Here we go. When the two of them finally started to get the doors open, she saw her chance and slipped out of the break room and headed for the radio rack. She pulled one of the charged radios off and looked at the chart, quickly turning the dial to the correct frequency for Michael before she powered on the radio. "Mr. Wolf, come in. There's a problem. 2 men broke into the visitor center." As she spoke, she turned to look at the front doors of the visitor center, expecting to see the 2 men leaving. Instead, she watched as the shorter man suddenly lifted up a radio in his hand and began to look around, those lifeless red eyes soon falling onto her. "Oh, fuck. I have a radio too, and they see me." She started to turn and run, but the mess the pair had made caused her to slip on some of the scattered debris and drop the radio. It soon broke as it hit the solid floor, only letting out a blurt of a word, garbled as the ranger clearly responded. "Never!" Never. It sounds funny when you say it out loud. Alright. The shorter of the 2 men growled and pointed back inside the building as a single command came from his lips. "Get that stupid bitch." This caused the larger of the two to begin grunting in pain as he forced the change into himself. Rapidly, his clothing broke and stretched as his body changed shape, and the wolf-like thing started to race across the lobby towards the office once more. Jennifer picked herself up and began to run. And attempted to run. This is better. Attempted to run, leaping over a couple overturned desks and started to throw chairs behind herself. Yet the sound of the man in pain caused her to turn her head back and look. She watched as his arms seemed to break and his teeth grew all while his clothes shredded. Her focus now firmly on the wolf monstrosity starting to give chase meant she had no idea what hit her as she slammed into a desk and flipped over the top of it before groaning in pain. Once more she tried to scramble to her feet, took one last look at the beast now racing to the office doorway and extending its hands out. Its fur was still growing in places, and it was becoming all the more beastly as it tried to fulfill its master's orders. Realizing that this thing so easily outmatched her in speed, she instead reached into her jacket and pulled free the can of mace she had. Per her brother's advice, she didn't just get a small thing, but a full canister that was filled with a special cocktail to thwart bears. As the monstrous wolf drew near, she drew the can up and pulled the trigger. Ugh. Sorry, give me 1 second. I stopped mid-sentence, but oh my god. Oh. How do bottle caps work? What the fuck? Alright. As the monstrous wolf drew near, she drew the can up and pulled the trigger on it, and a stream of yellowish-orange liquid sprayed into the air. When the beast took the stream squarely in the face, it let out an agonized cry, as the mixture overloaded all its senses and sent it crashing into some desks and computers. It desperately tried to claw at its face, as it began vomiting and thrashing in the discarded matter. Yet Jennifer's victory was short-lived as she saw the other man and realized to her horror that he was no longer. Hopefully people understand what I meant in that sentence by ending it that way. Instead, the sounds of the wolf-like thing had masked the sounds of the other man taking his own shape. This werewolf looked far more regal than the other, and much to her shock was larger in its proportions. Along its muzzle, that terrible smile was being pulled back, and its dull red eyes glared directly at her. The immense size of this creature meant it stood even taller than the first wolf-like thing that had come after her, and more than that, its body was completely exposed, accenting that fact with its long tongue now dragging over its lips. Everything within her, even that part which took keen interest in wolfmen, screamed the same thing, and it was time for her to flee. Thus she sprinted for the fire exit, knocking anything in her path out of the way, and attempted to push through the door. The smiling wolf did not pursue, even as she got the door open, sounding the alarm and starting to head outside. Instead, the black-furred and red-eyed Wolverine raised his right hand out as if reaching for her, then squeezed his hand into a fist, letting the claws curl against his palm. He then quickly yanked his arm back as if pulling a chain, one that Jennifer was about to experience. Even though she had stepped outside, a massive gust of wind not only drove her backwards and back into the building, into the building, but had enough violent force to lift her up off her feet and carry her back towards the monstrous wolf in his now outstretched hand. On her unexpected trip back through the office she had just vacated, she dropped the canister of spray and let out a grunt as she was suddenly held firm. Her situation now thoroughly screwed. She was about to engage in a time-honored tradition for women in distress. The massive black Wolverine... Oh, damn. Bots. Hold on a second. Boop. Alright. Bot dead. Anyways, her situation now thoroughly screwed. She was about to engage in a time-honored tradition for women in distress. The massive black Wolverine turned her to face him, his terrible smiling muzzle close to her face as she felt the heat of his breath. It was like something out of a horror movie, with the monstrous beast about to kill to cement the stakes for the audience. Jennifer, though, recalled the earlier conversation as if a flash of desperate wisdom struck her, and she drove her hand into her pocket. All I wanted was my prize. The Black Wolf's voice was far more reverberant and regal than it had been before. This then came with a laugh that sounded like a strangely stilted cadence of gasping, as if the one uttering such a sound was in agony. You are so fucked. Perhaps under distinctly different circumstances, with a different werewolf, she would have been far more amenable to the statement. Instead, her response was swift, as she drew the taser up from her coat and shoved the prods right against the wolf's wet nose and squeezed the paddle for her very life. To say the jolt of electricity caught the wolf by surprise would have been a gross understatement, for its reaction was so violent that it twisted its head and upper body away while tossing her across the room with a loud yelp. Alan, we are so fucked. It's amazing that I had this before, and again, I could prove it if we go back in the stream history, right? But I had it before that episode of Smiling Friends came out. It's just such a good, quick, snappy line. Yeah, I kept it. I obviously kept that from in the rewrite. There was no way I was getting rid of that line. As she flew through the air, she did at least have to count herself fortunate, for not only had she retained the taser in flight, but her flight path involved a door which was far more known to moving than a solid brick wall would. This particular door had almost relatched itself when Jennifer became intimately familiar with its wood grain and forced the door to slam open as she sailed into the lobby. When her body hit against the cold, hard, sealed and painted concrete that made up the floor, she couldn't help but let out a wheezing grunt of pain and sprawled out with a groan. All right. Sadly, her good fortune also ended as the taser was now thoroughly and decidedly in two pieces. Fucking worthless rag. Nothing but a cheap whore to be used and broken. The black wolf cried out at her while it rubbed its nose and side of its muzzle. The incredible regenerative capabilities of his race dealt with any damage caused quickly, but the sheer jolt of pain through his sensitive nose had put him in a foul mood. Deciding there was no better time for it, Jennifer let out a scream, both in desperation and in complete annoyance at the unfairness of it all. She had only just learned about the existence of wolfmen being real nearly an hour ago, and now one was going to kill her. All of her fantasies shattered, and her desire laid bare to her own heart as she wished to see more of Michael. That won't help, you flesh rag. The werewolf stood up fully and marched directly towards where Jennifer was starting to try and get back to her feet. It was only in this moment one of his ears heard the twisting of metal, and he turned to look out the window just in time to see a strange sight. What the fuck? His attention had been broken, as had the window, and as he slipped back into the high tongue of the Wolverine, the offending car door sailed across the open air and struck him in the face. This staggered him back a moment from the second unpleasant surprise of the last 5 minutes, and caused him to hold a part of his face that had been torn. Hold on. Man, I just feel so clogged. A long rumbling growl went through him, which accented his heightened emotional state. But it was as he turned to glare at his opponent that the true depth of his anger was expressed. The fur along his chest, belly, and back bristled as his ears stood straight up and directly ahead, while his tail went fully upright and his movements became stiff. Total and complete murderous intent on full display. Jack, meanwhile, was blown away that the little ranger, at least as far as he considered small, had grown into a monstrous wolf-like beast with red fur. The bigger surprise was watching him rip a car door free and, with little hesitation, sending it right through the lovely glass window of the visitor center. As the former ranger charged forward and dove through the new opening, the false Ulfer couldn't help but race after him, with a strange desire to be helpful filling him, as if he was meant to be useful to the contract holder. At least he wasn't freezing up at the sight of another one of these monsters. In such a situation, he could have easily escaped, but instead he rushed over to the broken window and watched as the red-furred wolf was already charging headlong at the black wolf. That same black wolf he was all too familiar with, and made Jack suddenly shake and fall against the glass shards. His heart pounded in his chest, and the fear within him was threatening to take hold entirely if it weren't for one thing. Michael moved with incredible purpose, his mind rapidly working through the possibilities of the smiler he faced. In that... Oh my God. and that he was certainly assured, for he had seen the twisted hallmarks of that gratuitous grin when he loomed over Jennifer. His build looked rather lean, and his height was only slightly taller than Michael's own, but this too gave a clue. Michael was the tallest a Goothie could ever be. Thus he knew that he was fighting no lesser moon, and could exclude the Spaya and Goothie, much to his own dismay. He must therefore be a Domari, Yalderskald, or Wrecker, and even then the height would have been on the low end for a Wrecker. For that of a Wrecker. Yet as he charged forward and began to summon to himself one of the gifts of his caste, he saw another wolf-like thing stumbling out of the office. It was clear from its smaller size and shape that this too was another false sulphur, and given the proximity of the Smiler, likely enslaved to the terrible monster. This was further cemented when the black wolf turned its left ear and angled its head to the side for a quick glance before giving an order. "Get them!" The fake wolf tried its best to comply, but was wheezing and coughing, and its movements were incredibly disoriented. It would take a few steps and need to correct its trajectory as it charged towards Michael. This advance was only halted short when the thing doubled over and began to cough violently while it tried to recover. "It's him, Ranger. He's the one that attacked." Jack had mustered his courage and entered the fray despite his fear, yet his focus snapped from the source of his terror to the second wolf, who was struggling to stand. When he realized the thing was wiping its jaws in charge at the Ranger, Jack leapt forward and tackled the fake wolf to the ground. All the while the thoughts blared in his head. "The hells am I doing?" It was a question that would need to be answered another time, as the pair of false sulphur were busy wrestling on the ground for survival. This left Michael free to engage the Smiler without worry, as he called upon Mani's gift and drew from the air itself a shining sickle that his kind called the moon's crescent. This was the armament that Mani had bestowed upon all the Goothie of the Wolverine race, and was their instrument in rituals, gathering, and even combat when the need arose. The terrible corruption of a wolf stood upright and bared its teeth as it braced for the Ranger's first attacks. This made Michael wary, for the Smiler had not immediately called upon its own gifts, which could mean several things, some of them exceptionally not good. This is when the onslaught started, as Michael slashed the black wolf's flanks to try and draw his defense away from his neck. Such a desire was ill met, as the wolf simply took the punishments, even casually accepting the bite of the sickle slicing through a part of his arm. Instead, all of his effort was met with a terrible laugh, one stilted and off cadence that sounded as if the ebony-furred wolf was being suffocated. It then began to smile, that terrible and hideous mark of its corruption, while its red eyes, dull as if lacking life, looked squarely into the green eyes of Michael. One of the hypocrites came to play. This really is my lucky day. Perhaps the most terrible part of the corruption was how the sin seemed to pilot the body, and these moments where the fallen spoke were always laced with words meant to degrade or tempt. All your efforts, and you just don't hit that hard. What a lower moon weakling you are. Let me show you how a wrecker hits. It was the last thing Michael wanted to hear. Not only was he a greater moon, but one of the full moon caste. The wrecker were the living siege engines of the Wolverine race, infamous for their nigh limitless stamina, regenerative endurance, and overwhelming strength. It was clear that the Smiler had let his training go, but that did not lessen the danger by much. For Michael was indeed one of the lesser moons, and thus at a serious disadvantage. This became all the more clear as the Smiler raised his hands up and began dragging the claws on his fingers against each other. This was a gift the Wrecker were infamous for, literally sharpening their claws to make them cut with the same clarity as a blade. Worse still, he noticed the strange pus starting to bubble from the bed of each claw, a sign that the slashes would be laced with caustic additive, and hint that this Wrecker had fallen further down the corruption's grasp. Thus he prayed to all the Ander, the divine dragons, and anyone that would hear his words, for Sarah to arrive soon. She was of the Elder Skald of the gibbous moon. Though they could not match a Wrecker in terms of brute force, they were the only caste that could hope to go toe-to-toe directly with one, and even triumph through skill. Jennifer, meanwhile, started to crawl away from the fighting just before the Wrecker began his counter-assault against Michael. She was just a mere human in a world of monsters, but she knew that what she needed to do in order to help the Red Wolf overcome the threat that was the ebony beast. While the Ranger was not intending to allow Jennifer a reprieve and act as a distraction, he was serving that purpose well as the Wrecker's assault brutally slashed at him. The first barrage of slashes was easy enough to deflect or dodge, but a Wrecker tired very slowly, and thus the second barrage, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all came with the same speed and intensity. The Ranger was trying his best, but his Aeter were not well versed in battling Smilers, and instead spent more time and effort in confronting those Fiander that presented themselves. It was only a matter of time as he began to take lacerations across his hide, sending orange fur flying as the Red Wolf began to yelp and twist just enough that the claws didn't bite deep. This is when his second suspicion was confirmed, as the injuries began to bubble and burn, which forced his hand. He had to call upon the gifts of healing he had been taught by a few spirits, thankful to these Ander as it began to soothe his wounds. But this merely brought amusement from the Wrecker. That black wolf let out another disgusting laugh, and even brought his hands up to hold onto his cheeks as he leaned forward mockingly. "Oh, what's wrong? Do you need some help?" Another bout of that terrible laughter followed, sounding as if you were to choke the life from a snake, as the Smiler barreled forward. The accursed techniques learned by the Smilers, those who had been corrupted for long enough and listened to the whispers of the demons below, brought this fight into a defensive nightmare. If Michael were to survive this, he needed to get more aggressive and not allow the Black Wolf free rein over the fighting. The Ranger stoked his resolve and started to drive forward, countering the charge of the Black Wolf, when both were taken by surprise. Out of the air leapt a freakishly large white wolf, one that had broader shoulders, an extended neck, and even hands instead of front paws. This was the form of the Vargur, the nightmare wolf that acted as the in-between of the Wolverine and the Wolver. The Vargur tried to take a bite out of the Wrecker, but he simply twisted away and halted at its advance, thwarting the surprise attack. Already the white Vargur was starting to shift, its front hands becoming more defined, its neck elongating more to allow it to look straight ahead, as its back curved into a shape meant for upright mobility. Soon enough, Sarah was standing on the battlefield, ready to do... get rid of that. ready to fight against the threat that presented itself. 2 manacles on her arms served as fetishes for gifts from the Ander, and her golden yellow eyes locked to the black wolf. Her chest was covered in draped beatery, bulged out from her 2 breasts, and acting as spiritual armor that she had crafted herself. Her nethers were in turn concealed by a loincloth, much as Michael had, while she took up a fighting stance and began to call upon the axe. Michael was ever so grateful for Brightbeak, who had clearly gone and rallied her to his aid. Even more so, he was thankful for the axe forming as the head of the gibbous moon and handle of the dark sliver that was bestowed armament of the Halderskald. The ranger didn't even mind that he would likely be receiving one hell of an earful when this was all over, and his actions were put under scrutiny. Instead, he was ready and willing to fight alongside the 5th Talon in charge of Overwatch in this sector. As the Black Wolf looked between the wounded ranger, who was starting to advance, and the White Wolf that had suddenly appeared, he caught the subtle movement of her first. Rapidly, he tried to cover his ears as the she-wolf whistled, which near instantly caused the wrecker's eardrums to burst as the gift of the banshee's shriek took effect. A loud yelp came from the Smiler, but rather than being dismayed or put off balance too much, he began to channel a second potent gift of his caste. And that is where we're up to finally in the fighting. Oh my god. That's where we're up to. I can show you guys in here. Boop. We're here with the... Oh. This is where we're up to. This is my bookmark for where we're going. We don't have much more to go before we get to chapter 6. Because remember, battles and fights between Wolverine are incredibly quick. They want them to be incredibly quick. Because you have to overcome the regenerative capabilities, right? Oh, excuse me. My apologies. So as you can see, this battle's not going to last much longer. Oofda. Yeah, we're 313 pages total now. And again, a little bit here is going to be like, because we have a little bit of overlap until I start deleting through, right? Basically, the bookmark acts as like the deletion barrier. I start deleting as I go through. Oh, my goodness, chat, my goodness. That reading took a lot out of me, actually. I mean, I'm way more recovered than I was, but oh my god. Oh, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. That was horrible. It was horrible. Yeah, we started the rewrite for Chapter 5 on May 5th, and we're already about done with it. We're making fantastic progress on the rewrite. Oh, oh my god. Shoofda. Alright, chat. I am going to go grab myself another drink real quick. Oh, I'll go grab a drink real quick, and then I'll be right back. Anyways, this will then we can hang out and talk. Re-moisten the throat after all that. Yeah, exactly. I need to. I absolutely need to. And regen OP, please nerf. Absolutely. That's why they have to be quick. If you take the head off, that's what seals it. Not if you damage the head. You have to take the head off. Taking the head off seals the soul into the head, and that stops. That basically pauses everything. The person is like stuck in there. This also gets into this happens to normal people too, by the way. So welcome to part of your nightmare fuel for how this all works. If you get beheaded, your spirit, your soul is in your head. Oh, I forgot it's Wednesday. I don't know if you can hear the sirens. Oh, you can definitely hear that siren. They replaced it, that's for sure. Yeah, I forgot it's Wednesday, so they have to do the siren test. But yeah, I'll be right back, Chad. I'm gonna go get some agua for my throat. BRB. back. All right. Yeah, they have to do it here every week. I live in Tornado Alley, so we have to make sure the sirens work every week. So every Wednesday we get the sirens. Oof. Yeah. To answer your question, anti-Boy Scout, are you released when the head rots and returns to the earth? Yes, but you are aware until that point. So again, they didn't have a reason to know that that's the way it works, but that's the way that warlocks can perform like rituals and things like that. And in the book House of Desires, a warlock cuts off a dude's head and leaves it sitting on the kitchen counter as before the warlock goes to go kill the rest of the family. And the dude is cognizant of what's going on. He can't like move or look around or anything like that, but he's aware. Like he can hear things and he can see things. Like he can't look or anything, but you know what I mean? You can see the stuff out of the corner of your eye. You're just looking straight ahead. You can see things without looking directly at them, you know? Yeah, basically. Again, they're corrupted. They've been corrupted by the sins. So whatever sin they're after. And remember, all of the demons, they have an overriding sin that they that they have to obey. But that doesn't mean they don't have any of the others too. Like lust doesn't have to be just sexual, right? Lust for power, lust for wealth, all that stuff is as present as in it too. Oh. Oh. Sorry, that wheezy cough. Holy shit. Holy shit. Man, we're way better than we were, but it's still pretty brutal. All right, chat. Also, hopefully, I want a little bit of the. I wanted a little bit of the actual true words, so the Vordir, the Aether, the Fiander, to be sprinkled in here without telling what they are yet, and like have them stand as like, well, that's curious. I don't know what that means, and then explaining them later. I'm hoping that this will feel more natural when you go through the entirety of the book. So first, I want people to be a little confused by like Aether. Aether hasn't been really explained yet. What's a Fiander? Well, Ander's been explained. So is Fiander different? Well, this one says Michael says at least that they fight the Fiander. So are those bad spirits? I want people to be able to like put it together themselves just through thinking about what has already been provided to them. Ugh. Ugh. Also, I filled some water with some vitamins and stuff like that, so I'm drinking vitamin water right now. Vita vitamin water. Yeah. All right, so I guess I can show this here on the screen itself. I wanted to show. Oh, really? You're going to zoom in that far? Bastard bitch. I'll show this on screen. So I wanted to show, this is the updated chart for heights. That way people could see, like, how big could a wrecker actually be. Like, Sidor's Steeljaw was 10 foot tall. And this is in his true form, by the way. Not, obviously, I don't have, like, maybe there's a werewolf sticker we could use here, but I doubt it. But as a werewolf, in their true werewolf form, a wrecker could be 10 feet tall. Then obviously, average male height, 5'9". Wrecker minimum, 8'6", so 8.5 feet. Yalderskald max, 9.5 feet, 5'9", 8 foot. We're just going down the list. The closest one are the Speya. The minimum height for a Speya is 6'6". So those are if they were short in their Mothra form, they'll be on the shorter side in their true form. Mm-hmm. Well, remember, originally, I'll show you, originally, this was my original height I had for him. 11 foot. But I was like, okay, we'll make it a little shorter as the maximum. I'll just go through the written works and make sure that everybody still fits within their proper category. If they're purported to be short for their size, I'll adjust and everything. Like, for example, Alex Reed was normally 9'6", which would have been average height for the Yalderskald, because 10'6" was the max, 9 foot was the minimum. But now I'm gonna have him be 8'6", or maybe like 8'9" instead. So stuff like that's gonna be changed. And like I said, keep in mind this is for average height of a man. Let's do this. I'll add a person, pink, female. 5'3" is average height for female. Average female. Add. Boop. There you go. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. So, like I said, I think this will be a little bit easier for people to wrap their heads around. You know, I just want the audience, because I'm thinking that the audience, like, are they going to really be able to judge the heights properly? And I think this will just be easier and more clarity to kind of show the distinct difference as well. Like, yeah, they fight demons, and yeah, they fight hellhounds and smilers and things like that, but, you know, it was that whole thing of like, well, then why aren't they 50 feet tall, sort of things. Like, no. Yeah. You know, I think 10 sounds pretty good as like this is the maximum height the full moon wrecker could possibly be. You know, so this is the biggest of the werewolves. False Ulfur, by the way, are basically, as a normal human, you gain a few inches, but not much. So if you were 5'9", you might be 6'1" as a false sulfur, right? But if you were like 6'9" as a person, are they fighting Godzilla? Exactly. It's like, no, we don't need to be that big, right? But if you were like 6'9" and you became a false sulfur, you'd be like 7 feet, 7'1". So you would actually be taller than the smallest Speya. Like I said, if you were going to be the smallest Speya in your Mothra form, you would also be like 5'3". You know what I mean? You're not going to be super tall. And female werewolves are shorter, and they are, oh my god, it's another bot. Female werewolves are shorter, and they aren't as strong as the male werewolves are. Yeah. You know what, though? Hang on. Let me see something here. What's an endomorph? What in the fuck is some of these? Like, they're just pictures that people took and then, like, grayscaled them? Hey, we got a wizard. We've got a wizard, everybody. If you actually had a werewolf, I would laugh. Because that would be like, are you serious? I don't think that was a Minotaur. That looked like a Viking helmet thing. I'll go back up. I don't think that's a Minotaur. I think that might be a Viking, or is it a Minotaur? No wait, you might be right. Hold on a second. Oh, it's not. No, it's not. Look, it's a giant. Boop, boop, boop. Hang on, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'll go over. Whip. See, it's not a Minotaur. It's a giant. It's one of those. It's a Jotun. Yeah. It's what. In old Norse they could have horns and things like that. Yeah. Shame. Damn shame. There's no werewolf here though. Damn shame. What about the females? Huh? You got anything cool in females? Oh, we got some spellcasts. We got a magical girl. Magical girl sighted. Yeah. Okay. Zoom out. Boop. Okay. Yeah. So this is basically our chart. Just so we get the generalized idea. Sorry, hold on. Excuse me. All right. Chat. I've been very thoroughly disappointed. I've talked about it in the Discord a bit. Let me fix my position. I talked about it in the Discord a bit. I've been thoroughly disappointed. So, there is... let me get it up, in fact. Let me... that sounded oddly sexual. Let me get it up, in fact. Hang on. MTV. So for whatever reason, MTV are I don't want to say obsessed, but they like doing a lot of teen werewolf shows, right? Hang on. Okay. And so they had another show in 2023 that was called Wolfpack. It got canceled after the first season. I can understand why, and I want to talk about it. I can't even get through the second fucking episode. But no, teen werewolves, for whatever reason, they are obsessed with teen werewolves. I want to try. Damn it. That right there is perfect shot. Because I want to explain. All right. Just so you guys can see it a little easier. Whoa! It went black screen. There you go. There you go. Just so you guys can see it a little easier, right? They have a genuinely fantastic werewolf in this. Genuinely fantastic werewolf. Like, I cannot begin to explain how good this werewolf looks. You know what I mean? Like, it actually looks really decent. The dog CGI is pretty bad, though. Oh my god. I didn't realize how bad the dog CGI was until I brightened up this scene. Oh my god. Anyways, but no, they have genuinely a really good werewolf model. And that makes this all the more depressing that this show's writing is absolute dog shit. Oh my god, I cannot even begin. Most modern writers peaked in high school and are obsessed with puberty. Think Big Mouth. Oh, I know, right? Oh, I know. It's so frustrating because this werewolf is genuinely fan-fucking-tastic. Probably one of the best werewolves I've ever seen in, like, a TV show. Ever. And this show's writing is so bad. Like, I can't even begin. This show's writing. Everybody in this show is a moron. Okay? And does things that are completely nonsensical. And, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And they can't keep continuity either. That's the worst part. They cannot keep continuity. Okay, well, here's a good example. In episode 2, all right, in episode 1, I should say, they meet up with two others who are werewolves. These two others believe that their real father is the werewolf that's attacking people. That's what they think. And, like, they all have their eyes glow. They all hear a wolf's call, a howl to go visit. So they're all clearly werewolves, right? The two who were born werewolves, like, the one girl wants to help, but the guy, for whatever reason, he is super butthurt. Like, no, we can't help them. No, it's our secret. It's our secret only. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, this culminates in episode 2, where they get found by the Rangers, because keep in mind, this whole story is happening because there's a giant wildfire that's burning California. Of course it takes place in California. Of course, why wouldn't it take place in California? So, they start asking questions. They're being followed by a ranger, by the way, right? A ranger is literally following them to make sure they get back home safe. They're asking questions. The dude is so pissed off.
I don't know, but he said he was going to try and kill me before the next full moon.
He turns on the radio, which causes her to try to turn it off. They start fighting over the radio. They drift into the other lane where they're going to hit a truck. There's a ranger following them, a ranger that knows them personally, knows who is driving, knows who's in the passenger seat. There is a ranger following them. Oh my God! It's a truck-coon! We're all gonna go get isekai together! Hooray! The ranger doesn't say anything about this at all, right? This retard here almost just got them all killed. And the ranger doesn't say anything about what that just happened. Doesn't call out to them. Doesn't, like, try to stop them or tell them, oh no, pull fucking over. Your ass is getting in the back seat of my car. Like, oh, I can't even. I just can't even. It's so, like, it's like they forgot that the ranger is literally shadowing them where they're going. Wait, here's the ranger's truck. Here's the ranger's truck.
Remember, Blake.
Remember, if you need help, again, the ranger who's been following them. No, I'm not going to say anything about the near-death experience that they all just had. Or call into question. Like, it's so fucked. And again, like I said, this is all, the entire plot is happening because of a wildfire that is burning California right now. The writers kind of forgot about the ranger following them. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Bad coughing. Bad coughing. Real bad coughing. So, I haven't made it through the second episode, guys. I am trying. I am trying to get through this second episode. But we get dialogue like this. Hang on, let me show you some infamous dialogue. This should be good enough. These two.
The father is the one that bit them. It's definitely our problem.
We don't know what happened to them. We also don't know what happens when someone
Gets bit.
We barely know anything about any of this shit.
You saw their eyes.
I don't know what I saw.
Like, again, I I should show you episode 1. Their eyes were literally glowing gold. Okay?
Did you see mine?
It doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean
We
anything.
all heard a wolf howl. We all ended up at the exact same place. There's a full moon coming. Both of them were bitten on the highway.
Neither of them had a scratch.
Because they healed.
I've never healed like that.
So you don't believe them?
I don't trust them.
Who gives a shit? Like, my brother. My brother in retardation. It don't matter. They are clearly werewolves too. Like, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like I said, I am struggle busing to get through this. This is probably one of the worst shows I have ever seen. And the only thing that is even keeping me remotely interested is the fact that the werewolf model is hot. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. Like, I can't. I just can't. I mean, it hurts. Zoomers with wolf blood makes the kind impure. Yeah. Oh, shit, man. Shit. I don't know why. I don't know why he's being so. I don't know why he's being so obstinate, Andy Boy Scout. I don't know. I don't even know why. It doesn't make any sense. There's no logical rhyme or reason that these things are happening. Dude, you should have seen how this all kicked off. Hang on, let me show you guys how this all kicked off. Yeah, you need to see how this all kicked off. We're talking some. The retardation starts off quick and strong. So, they're on a bus, and this dude has, like, super anxiety. And, like, apparently it's a genetic condition that he has to talk to himself with self-help stuff. And it's like, Everett, could you see the fire? Yeah, and by the way, if you could see the fire in a wildfire or anything like that, you are fucked. You need to go right now. If you could see the flame, because a gust of wind will carry that fire like several hundred feet in a matter of seconds. All right? You have to be. If this is what you see on the other side of the road, you've got to go. It's time to leave. Oh, dude, that's already happened with so many werewolf models, Anti-Boy Scout. You have no idea. You have no idea.
If we have to run, I'm screwed.
Yeah. He's fucking right. And again, the bus driver is just keeping them on the bus, and of course the bus driver is a black woman. So it's even funnier. You're not supposed to be standing in the middle of the aisle. Sit down. We're literally stuck here in traffic while people are abandoning their cars. By the way, the school's been canceled. And so then, what does this dude do? He starts filming the bus driver. This is...
I kind of think that's more important than your shitty minimum wage job.
Can you stop recording me, please?
Fuck no. This is evidence for my parents when they come pull my dead body out of here.
I am trying to do the right thing.
So am I. Which is why I'm posting this so people know who killed a bus full of high school students.
see what I mean? It's not helping the situation. Yes, the bus driver is a moron. This isn't helping. It's not helping the situation. Not in the slightest. Like, okay, I will do the literal to be fair. It is a bus full of California's children, right? Californians are retarded. That's straight up. They're all mentally unwell. So, fair. You're just accurate to, yeah, a bus full of California's finest. Exactly. They're all wannabe Karens and morons and nut jobs. Okay, that's believable in a fucked up kind of way, exactly. But, you know, sanity, you'd think. Bus driver, you know, actually do something. This is when he goes outside and he sees something. He's like, there's something in the smoke. And this is when this CGI travesty happens. A fucking stampede. God, the CGI is so bad on the animals. I can't even, the CGI is so bad. It's so bad. But dude, these aren't just normal animals. Wait till you guys, you haven't even, I can't the sound. People are freaking out. They're running for their lives. And these animals, they ain't normal animals. These are pet cemetery animals, baby. And if you think I'm fucking kidding, I am not kidding. I'm not kidding. This is some fucking Stephen King nonsense here. Like, look, he finally gets off the bus to evacuate. Ah! I gored the bitch to death. Run away! And he's like, what the fuck? What? Huh? Ah! And he just... Okay, so that guy gets taken by the werewolf. You don't see it's a werewolf yet. But yeah, he gets snatched by a werewolf. Who is apparently using the smoke as a cover to get victims. And then you see this. Watch this. This dude gets knocked onto the roof of this... Or gets knocked onto the hood of this car. The animals... These aren't normal animals. These are animals filled with murderous intent. Gaia has given them a terrible purpose. So, as he's here on the car... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I'm dying. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's right. His face got smooshed. Oh, no. His face got smooshed. Oh. Oh, my God. It's so... This is some fucking Stephen King bullshit. This is some Stephen... And then bus driver got werewolfed. Right? Is the werewolf a red talon? I don't fucking know what they're going with here. I mean, this show got canceled after one season. They teased the second season, and then the ratings came out and they canceled it. Yeah, so bus driver got werewolfed, clearly. Then he gets bit on the shoulder by the werewolf. I don't know why. Like, here you can kind of see the werewolf is nomming on someone. And then, like, I don't know why the werewolf is, like, just here in broad daylight and just killing. The smoke screen is the only thing that's literally keeping their identity a secret. So, this is some fucking, like, this is some fucking Town of Salem bullshit going on here. This is some Town of Salem. It's the nighttime, apparently, because there's smoke. You know what? That could be a fun, like, mechanical twist, right? That could be a fun mechanical twist to the old werewolf formula. And the whole thing of, like there could be a random event of, like, a wildfire, there's smoke in the air, so werewolves can kill during the day. Be like, oh God, no! Oh God! No! 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 But no. Anyways, like, I need to show you how integral. I don't know what the whole point behind this is. This is the intro to the show. Okay. The wildfire is very important to the show, and I don't know why. But like, everything is about the wildfire. Again, fantastic werewolf model. God, is it wasted here? That werewolf model is fucking incredible, but it's so wasted. It's so wasted here. That is, God, the detail is great. You know what it feels like? Do you know? You want to know what it feels like happened? I feel like they made the model first. They made the model first, and then they tried to throw everything else in. You know? I feel like that's what happened. They made and worked on the werewolf model first, and then they tried to come up with a story around it. That's what it feels like. And they probably use ChatGPT to do it. Because I have no respect for, anyone that writes these days. Like, oh my God. Based on the novel by Ido van Belkom. Ido van Belkom. Hang on. Based on the novel. I just saw that. They are a Canadian author. Their novel was Wolfpack. When was it created? The book was published in 2004. That's some rough artwork. That's some rough artwork, baby. Oh, that's some. You needed to hire a. This is one of his other ones. Apparently, he's done a full series. Wolfpack, Lone Wolf, Wolfman, and Cry Wolf are all in the same setting. Hang on, I'll show you guys this artwork. This is pretty rough. We made this sick-ass werewolf. Neat. What show is it for? Show? There you go. These are pretty. Yeah. You needed to hire an artist. You really needed to hire an artist. This is pretty yikes. Oh my God. Oh, hang on. Discord did the thing. Sorry. Discord did the chat thing. My apologies. I just noticed the arrow, so I pushed it. Or sorry, YouTube. YouTube did the chat thing, not Discord. Isn't that one of the Thundercats? I know, doesn't it look like one? It really does. Oh. Yeah, this one looks like he's going to pick this wolf up and carry him around like, whoop. This is my handbag. Oh my God, a CalArts version? Oh, I don't need to imagine. I've seen CalArts werewolves before. Oh my God, they're awful. Genuinely awful. Okay. Okay, but I'm curious on the book. I'm curious. Again, just because the art is this way. Oh, this is a much better choice of art. Hold on. These are apparently the original arts for it. Oh, much better choice. More abstract. Like, this is a good choice right here. I'm not going to lie. This is a much better choice. Yeah, much better. These are way better choices for covers. Oh yeah, by the way, Jeff Davies did this TV series. Jeff Davies. Like, are we sure? Are we sure? Are we sure he did it? Hang on. I want to read his bibliography. Or filmography, whichever one it is. Oh my god, he did Teen Wolf. I think he has a type. He did Teen Wolf. He did Teen Wolf the movie. Criminal Minds. Aeon Flux. Teen Wolf Search for a Cure. He has a type. Unfortunately, Mr. Davis. He did the 2011 and 2017 100 episodes, Teen Wolf. I would respect him. But he did Teen Wolf from 2011 to 2017. He did Teen Wolf Search for the Cure. He did Teen Wolf the movie and Wolf Pack. I would respect him, but he's the creator for Criminal Minds, which is a series that's going on 19 fucking seasons. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, 2005 to 2025. Good god. Good lord. Yeah, but apparently he's working on Aeon Flux now as executive producer or director. Wait. Oh, one episode he will be director on Aeon Flux, and then one episode he's going to be executive producer for Aeon Flux, which is an upcoming TV series. All right. All right. Fair. Fine. Again, I would respect the hustle with Wolves, but you know what? You need better material, sir. At least you're not the fucking writer. I just realized I say that, and then I realize he is the writer. I just... No. I don't know. I don't know if the books are that bad. I don't know. Oh. He's just labeled as created. Okay, so his credits on Wolfpack: created for television by, written by, and teleplay by. That's not good. That's really not good because the writing is dog shit. Okay, but he's not head writer. He's not head writer on Wolfpack. Teen Wolf, he was head writer, but Teen Wolf fell off like real bad later. Oh my god. I'm just gonna fucking say it. My books are way better than this. I do want to turn. I actually do want to make a werewolf series. I really fucking do. I can't even begin to tell you. Yeah. I can't. I know. I I just... I want him... Furry visual novels are better than that. True. True. Have you seen Moon Touched? Again, I can't really show you much of Moon Touched. I really can't show you much of Moon Touched because, yeah. But it's actually genuinely, like, well thought out and, like, has interesting philosophy and interesting, like cosmology and religion in it. Like, oh my god. But I cannot show you much of Moon Touched because even the scenes I can show you, hang on. Let me give you an example. I can show you a scene, but you will quickly understand why I can't show you anything more. Like, yeah, there's a scene. Ah. Oh, that's a great logo. Wait. I kind of want you guys to see the logo, and the main menu isn't too bad. So many sensor bars, it looks like an FBI file. You have no idea. You have no idea. You cannot fathom. Oh! Wow, that one loaded way too fast. Okay, main menu, right? Again, artistic nudity, right? Artistic nudity. I'll show you a frame, and you will realize why I cannot show you anything else. A-frame. Okay. Again, fantastic artwork and everything, but you may realize why I can't show anything else. This is about as censored as it gets. This is about as tame as it gets. That's about as tame as it gets. No, the loincloth doesn't come off in this scene. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can I show this one? I have to. I can't because I saw in the background. Fuck. I can't. I was like, can I show this scene? Because I wanted to show you that they have all kinds of different werewolves, all different kinds. But then I saw in the background I can't because someone's got their bitty bits out. It's like fuck. Never mind. Shit. Oh, this one's fine. There you go. Another one. Yeah. Again, gorgeous fucking art. The artwork in this is genuinely incredible. But yeah, needless to say, there's a lot of nudity in this. Hell of a lot. Oh, I definitely can't show that. Oh my god. Nope. Can't show that because that actually has titties in it. Alright, yeah. No, well, it depends on what clan they're from. Because the one is more primal. The one clan looks more feral. The other clan looks more like traditional Maori warrior wolf like. They are the water clan. The fire clan, who are the hunters, they look more primal. The the moon the moon graced ones, the white wolves, look more ethereal. The warrior ones look more like it's hard to say, but the last one I showed you was the warrior clan, and they're obviously more like Scandinavian. I know how that sounds, but you know what I mean. That's kind of like build and type. But that's what I mean. They are all very different looking. All the different like tribes and clans and stuff. Oh, excuse me. All right. You know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna throw some stuff in the air fryer. BRB. Yeah, we'll keep talking. We'll keep talking when I get back. I'm gonna slap the shit out of you, Rupp. Back. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh. What? That stopped it? What the fuck? There we go. Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. I the the fucking Odyssey is going to be god awful. It's going to be such a god awful train wreck. I'm bracing myself for disaster. Bracing myself for disaster. Actually, I'm also kind of looking to see if there's something else we can look at too. Yeah, exactly. Oh. I doubt very much that they'll actually pay any sort of respect to the actual Odyssey. Can't show that, can't show that, can't show that, can't show that, can't show that. I was going to show you guys one of my what a Yalder Scald would look like, and then I was like, oh, it's nude. Oh, it's nude. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it on the big screen. I'll just watch it like a normal person. Yeah, again, remember the reason. Do you remember the reason why? Okay, Christopher Nolan has admitted why he cast black actors in it, and it's because, I shit you not, because the Odyssey was passed down as a verbal work, a lyrical and poetic work. It's like rap. That's why he hired black people. Try not to be racist. The left try not to be racist challenge. Fucking impossible. No, I shit you not. I shit you not. That is why he hired black actors. Was because the Odyssey was passed down as oral tradition through poetic and like that's why he hired black people, because it's like rap. Are you fucking kidding me? We was Greeks and shit. Oh my god, have you not seen that video? Hold on. Have you not seen that video? You make that, you say that, but have you not seen that video? We was paintings and shit. We was statues and shit. Yeah, that's how you know this work is going to be absolute dog shit. Yeah, speaking of, hold on a second. I'm trying to find something to use for a picture. Because I don't want to get banned. Isn't that the way you should do it, right? That's the mentality you should have. I want to show you something, but I don't want to get banned. I mean, it's from Dark Souls. That could be funny. Like that's actually funny. Hang on, I might do that. I'll do that because it's actually funny. All right. All right. There we go. Do 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 do. Do spacing. What? Yo. You're not actually a transparent. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, motherfucker. I know. You're about to witness some atrocities here. If you're in the Discord and you have a certain role, you've already seen it. However, I don't want to get banned. So, give me a moment. Oh, fuck it. I'll take this. Because they didn't actually have a transparency on that. So I'm going to take this instead. And we're going to do this. Okay. Delete everything there. Cool. Cool. Very cool. Way past cool. Boop. Delete you. Oh. Oh, wow. That's dog shit. Hold on. Why? Why are you like this? Okay. Now delete everything. Boop. Okay. I'm a pious pervert, so I cannot see. Well done. You have resisted the temptation. That is the dark part of my Discord server. I know. The irony of me asking, why are you like this? What? Your watermark can't stop me. I can't read. Shit. I shouldn't make myself laugh so much. That's not good for my health at the moment. Your watermark can't stop me. I can't read. Oh, actually, hang on. Wait, I should do this. If those children could read, they'd be very upset. You're going to let the stream play? Okay. Take care, Anti-Boy Scout. You're about to see some curse. You're gonna miss seeing some curse shit. I apologize for nothing. I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about to inflict. Oh my god. Yeah. Who needs your stock images watermark? I will delete you from memory. None will know about iStock. None will know about your credit, Samuel Leverett, whatever your name is, because I've already deleted most of it. All right. Takes the roll. Okay, let's see. Taking off the roll, taking off the roll, taking off the roll. You shouldn't have looked. Why'd you look? What are you, gay? Gay? Alright. Gay? I forgot you had the hidden roll there. Yep, of course I did. That's not something that everyone needs to see. That's why it's specifically hidden under the deviant roll. Only deviants would look. Which is why we have now caught a deviant. Prosecutor Valentine has outed himself. Gay? Shit. It's way too funny. Why is that so funny? I am going through way too much effort for this. What is wrong with me? Why am I going through this much effort? Dude, when I'm done with this, you won't even be able to tell there was a watermark here. Like, I'll ask chat, where was the watermark? And I'll see if chat can figure out where the fuck it was. Because I'm going through way too much effort for this. This is way too much effort that was put into this. Oh my god. Gay? Oh my god. People are losing their shit over Devil Dinosaur and Marvel Rivals. Are they? Like good losing their shit or bad losing their shit? Like what level of losing shittery are we talking about here? Let's say both. Both. Why not both? Survey equity style. I know that's not what it was. It was actually a taco commercial, but, you know, fuck it. It's funny. Oh, shit. Okay, I can fix that easy peasy. Let's not do this the hard way. Let's do this the easy way. There we go. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Again, why am I doing this? I don't know. Fuck it, I guess. I'm in the mood of fuck it, we ball. Over? Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Hell no. Germans? Forget it, he's rolling. And it ain't over now. Because when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Who's with me? Ah! I will note that most of the curse shit that gets posted is not by my hand. Thank you very much. However, if it's a werewolf, I might have been the one that posted it. Yeah, I'll confess. Okay. Save. Desktop. Cloth of loin. Alright, now let's get a better, size on this thing so it's not as massive. Survey Crystal. Okay. Cool. Alright. Now. Do this. Oh shit. Oh no, I perfectly cut that at the top. Oh my god. I could not get any closer if I tried. Beep. Beep. Reads like an ingredient in the lust potion of a witch. It really does. I think in fact, I think there's a setting where that is exactly what it is. Okay, you know what? This is good enough. This is good enough for government work. All right. Save. Okay, I come over here. Keep canvas size. Yo. 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 All right. Match the hips. Okay. There we go. All right. All right, chat. Well, bam. Oh. Yeah, oh boy. That's how it goes. Yeah, so like I said, can you tell where the watermark was? Can you tell where the watermark was? I put way too much effort in getting rid of that watermark. I put way too much effort into that. Oh my god. Yeah, so. Poor lad, they gave him a skirt like 10 sizes too small. I could totally go overboard on this. I could totally, hang on. I could literally go in here and I could change the dimensions of it so it actually follows his legs and stuff. Oh my god. But yeah. I had to censor something there for obvious reasons. Oh my god. Prosecutor Valentine's pain is funny to me. But no, like I could go total fucking shitposty here and actually like going. I have done way more dramatic editing before. That takes ages. But that is essentially what the Yalder Skald would look like. That's their like body proportions and shape, right? So they're big, muscly, like and that's if they put work into themselves, right? That's kind of what a Yalder Skald would look like at the top end. The Wrecker is much bulkier than that. Again, living siege engine, accurately and appropriately named for a reason. Like I'm not mincing words when I say siege engine. Anyways, I'll be right back in a second. I'm gonna go flip the stuff in the air fryer. BRB. I'm just gonna stare at you, like stare into your soul while I'm gone. Whew, okay. I wish I could make the King Arthur comic. Multiple scenes of Lancelot going crazy, wandering naked in the countryside. Lancelot with a comically oversized sensor bar, like a canoe at his waist. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh. And my jaw hurts. And again, I don't know if it's from the talking or if it's from the laughing or it's a like combination of both and the sore throat. It's not sore anymore, but you know what I mean? It's raw because of all the coughing and everything. Oh. But it feels like right at the very top of my cheeks. It's super tough. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, if you would like to see the uncensored version, Deviant Roll on the Discord. Oh. And then the very, very uncensored version, Deviant Roll on the Discord. Oh, very appropriately named. Oh, God. All right, hang on. There is a meme I wanted to check out because somebody posted it as the funniest thing they had ever seen today. And I want to read it with you and see if we agree. Oh, fuck, another fucking bot. Bye-bye forever. All right. Okay, I don't care if it's untrue. Like, I don't care. It's supposed to be funny. I want to read if the context is this appears to be a story regularly reposted by a Facebook humor page with different cities listed. It's likely untrue. Don't care. I want to see if it's funny. All right. Arrested. Mia Lin. Woman arrested after showing up to her ex-boyfriend's wedding with a PowerPoint titled, "Why This Is a Mistake." All right. Already interested. Let's see how funny this can get. According to the report, Lynn arrived at the venue at 6:42 p.m. wearing a black blazer and lanyard reading guest speaker and informed the wedding coordinator she had been added to the program last minute by the groom's mother. She was directed to a side room where she allegedly began plugging her laptop into the venue's AV system. Staff say her 47-slide PowerPoint included a title slide with the bride's full name and the words "Objections Presented Professionally." A timeline of the relationship dating back 9 years, color-coded by incidents, 3 slides comparing the bride and Lynn under categories including cooking, credit score, and calf definition, a pie chart titled "Who He Texts When Drunk," a bar graph showing average text response time by month, a slide reading Exhibit D, the Cabo Trip, with redacted screenshots, a closing slide reading "I rest my case, Mia Lin, MBA." The presentation was intercepted before guests arrived in the reception hall. Officer Ronaldo Beauchamp confirmed the arrest. She brought a clicker. She brought handouts. She brought a laser pointer. The only thing she did not bring was an invitation. Lynn allegedly resisted removal from the venue, telling deputies she had rehearsed for 11 days and that the groom deserved to hear the data. She was charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct. The bride, who reviewed the slide deck after Lynn was removed, reportedly proceeded with the ceremony as planned. The handout has since been photographed and shared widely in wedding party group chat. Some women object at the ceremony. Some women bring slides. It's okay. Honestly, depending on this redacted screenshots, this could be considered a revenge porn case, and she'd be in very big trouble. Meh. It wasn't as funny as I thought it would be. I only had saw it. It might be the funniest thing I've read all day. I was like, nah, not really. Not really. This is better. This is a way better meme. Oh, Garionis, you missed me traumatizing the chat. Oh, it was great. We had a great time, or at least I had a great time traumatizing the chat. All right. This is meme worthy, and I am absolutely downloading it. Got a tattoo of my dad on my arm today.
Just the two of us.
We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yep, that one's definitely, this one's being added to my collection. Oh my God. Twitter video downloader, start. Boo. Full bore, baby. Let's go. Download. We're going to put it in the memes folder. The memes. Yes. Yes, I was going to show that. The women NASCAR is hilarious. But there's a couple I want to show here. Right? Well, you know what? Let's do the women's NASCAR one because it is pretty fucking funny. Oh, I'd have to download it. Ugh. Okay, download. Sorry, chat. I apologize. Okay. No, I accidentally. Oh, damn it! I did it to myself. All right. Memes. Let's go. Down at the bottom, next to Wolf Zoomies. And what the fuck was that guy? Women NASCAR. Okay. And then I'll go get my stuff out of the air fryer. Here you go, chat. Maybe women athletes should be paid more than men because the point of sports is entertainment. This is entertaining as hell. Here you go, chat. Women in NASCAR.
I mean, they look great out there. Not that I'm shocked. I'm not saying women cannot drive or they curb wheels all the time or anything like that. I'm definitely not saying that they're not as good at drivers as us. I'm not saying that we're better. I'm just saying I'm shocked.
Wow, wow.
Oh, they followed
No!
they're
following the pace truck! They followed the pace truck!
No way!
All 11 moms followed the pace truck!
No!
All
Stop
11.
it, dude! Stop it! No, they didn't.
Again, I'm not saying
they
we're
did
better.
not follow the pace truck. All right, one to go this time by.
There's no way that's ever happened before.
You have got to be kidding me.
Oh my god. Ah, yes. Wait. I had to make a visual similar to this just to explain to Oomph the current state of Filipino furry drama. And one of them is part of the dictator's family doxed each other. What? 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 The fuck? Oh my god. What the Simple-minded creatures. Oh, I know. For another time, not as for you, Setch, but as for everyone who like rhythm games, get Dead as Disco. Their Maniac theme is pretty good. Well, that's good to hear. Alright, anyways, I'm going to get my stuff out of the air fryer. I'll be right back. I've fallen and I can't get up. He has risen. Oh. See, is there any other good memes? Any other good memes? Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty okay. Oh, you're really gonna make me? I can't just open the link. What the? Fine, 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 fine. If that's how you want to play it, fine. Oh, this is a good one too. Hold on. All right. Here you go. Here you go, chat. First off. Yes. No, General Cheems. General Cheems. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Thumbs up. Good effort. Good effort. I actually think you did a pretty good job. Meanwhile, it's time for you to know my secret. I'm a reverse werewolf. Reverse? So, when there's a full moon, you become human? Actually, no. What do you mean then? Oh no, a full wolf! Poof. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. This is going in the memes collection. I'm gonna label this, oh no, a full wolf. Decent subversion. Decent subversion. And then this one's gonna be labeled General Cheems. Okay. Oh. Could be worse, like in Johnny Bravo. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh. Well, that's funny. That's definitely a furry meme. Too furry for this chat. That's right. I said it. There's something that's too furry for this chat. And hot lady depends on the date. She becomes a middle-aged guy for some reason. Yeah. Terrible. At least he wasn't catfished by a deer. Again. Finally got duck station working. Huh. I don't know what duck station is. Trying to see if I can find more, like, oh my god, that's a classic, my brand. Oh no, that one's the way too cringe one. DuckStation's PS1 emulator. I was playing Pro Skater. Oh, I didn't know DuckStation was. I usually do the PCSX stuff. No, we weren't talking about Devil May Cry at all. I don't give a shit. Adi Shankar is a moron. Or Shankar, or whatever his name is. Which one's oh boy. You have now activated my trap card. You shouldn't have asked. You shouldn't have asked. I want you all to remember. Prosecutor Valentine did this to you.
Hey, girl.
I want you all to remember. Prosecutor Valentine did this to you.
Hey, girl. Why'd you flinch? He hits you, doesn't he? I'll teach him a lesson. Hey, buddy, you should never hit a girl, especially one as hot as her. You'll burn for this. Girl, these dragon claws can keep you safe on the battlefield and satisfied in the bedroom. Dragon is waiting for you.
Well, look at the time. It's suicide o'clock. Remember who did this to you, chat? Remember who did it to you? Like you shouldn't have activated the trap card. You could have just said, scroll up until in your server. You do not understand. I am cringe, and I am free. I never asked you to show it. Oh. Oh, that's pretty bad, but not quite all the single furries or God forbid a molester tier in my book. There are worse cringe. Yes, I agree. Hang on. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Hold on.
No shit.
Here's a good one. A creator of a thing you like got arrested.
No shit.
No shit.
It wasn't for touching kids, was it?
Oh, man, come on, man.
What? I gotta ask. No shit.
Oh my god. Wasn't for touching kids, was it? Oh, come on, man. I gotta ask. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Well, I gotta ask. Like, you don't understand. Like, oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh wow, it's not molten lava hot today. Oh, fantastic. Oh. Here's another classic. This is a classic one. I can't understand a damn thing that is being said, but this is a classic. You'll know it the moment you see it.
Uy, boss! Boss!
Bus, bus.
Boss, tulong, boss!
Kailangan mo na tulong?
Oo, nasabit kasi yung 500 ko, hindi maabot.
500?
Oo,
Di maabot?
hindi. Sige, tulungan mo naman ako, boss. Gagawin pang bili pa yan. Ay, putang ina. Ba't ayaw?
Mababa yung lipad ko.
Pangit kasi ng superhero mo eh. Ano ba yan? Pang
Ako
babae.
pala si Darno.
Palitan mo yung Darna.
Darno mababang lipad.
Andi yung Darna, palitan mo.
Ha?
Yung Darna. Babalik ka.
I don't understand a damn thing that's being said, but it's funny. Oh, classic. That's a classic. That gets posted all the time. Oh my god. Oh, 100%. 100%. It's like the small guy in Jackass. Oh no, I've been pinged in Rags' Discord. Oh no. Oh, this one's good. We'll talk about this one too. Yeah, hang on. I got one for you guys. We'll talk about this one. Because this is so true that it's painful. This is so fucking true, it's painful. Alright, let's see who pinged me for what. Women. Alright. Yo, chat. This one hurts.
So all these things actually happened, right? No, it's fiction. Right, but some stuff is real? No, it's pretty much all made up. But there are some general allegories for what's true in your own life, right? In a way, I guess. But again, it's a work of fiction. Right, so the main character, it's you, right? No.
No.
Elements of you? Well, it's fair to say it's almost impossible for there not to be some elements of the author in each character, but the main character of the book, Damien, steals from his grandmother. Why did you do that? I didn't personally steal from my grandmother. Then why would you make Damien do it? Because it's fiction. But do you think those are the values we should be promoting in this anti-grandmother climate?
This is so painfully relevant and on point. This shit drives me insane. This is the but I did have breakfast crowd, right? They cannot fathom or think of anything that isn't directly related or involving them. So they believe that everybody has that same mental illness as they do. You cannot write anything unless it is your own personal lived experiences, is their mentality. They are genuine psychopaths. Yes, the actual media literacy dunce cap crowd. 100%. 100%. This is so painfully real. It is incredible. Genuinely incredible. And it gets worse.
Anti-grandmother climate? Well, I, along with other readers, am a little uncomfortable about the anti-grandmother messaging. There's no messaging in this book, at least not an intentional one. But do you think we should be rooting for characters who steal from their grandmothers? You're not necessarily supposed to root for Damien. Then why is he the main character? I thought he was interesting. But don't you think people will read your book and think it's okay to steal from your grandmother? No, I think most people will think this is a work of fiction. Do you think stealing from your grandmother is an admirable thing to do? I'm not personally advocating for what Damien does. But didn't you make Damien? That doesn't mean I am Damien. Then why did you make him like that? Because I wanted to explore what kind of character would do that. So, you didn't steal from your grandmother? No. But hypothetically speaking...
Yes?
Why did you steal from your grandmother? So
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. It's so fucking painful. It's so painfully true to real life. That's the worst part. It is so accurate to real life. It fucking hurts. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Whew. Welcome, Hoodie Man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Dance Bolt. Oh boy. You have no idea. When you, especially if you're in a role-playing community that gets infected with leftism, right? They cannot fathom that you are different than the character you play. Holy Mother of God. But it is you, right? No. But why would you do that? Because it's interesting for the story. Like, what do you mean? And they're always the ones that have the most fictional, wildly fictional, like, you know, total misandrist, all men must die, perfect, you know, perfect rainbow dog unicorn. We're like, oh my god. Oh, rainbow sparkle dogs and stuff. Oh my god. It's just awful. It's just awful. It's like you can separate yourself from the work and from the character. Like, good god. Mm. Alright, I'm checking if there's any more memes we want to do. Again, I just enjoy these days where we just get to hang out, shoot the shit, talk, do memes. Just have a good time. Again, I would do that meme, but it's way too furry. I've already traumatized the chat enough. Excuse me. Oh. Maybe we'll do an old classic. An old ancient classic. Yeah, let's do an old ancient classic meme. Those people, they will make Mary Sue and claim they are like that. Yep. 100%. 100%. But here is an ancient classic.
Your contact lens is just...
This is old school Gmod idiot box.
Your contact lens has just arrived.
1-800-CONTACTS. They can't have my brand. I have special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
My brand.
My brand. Yes, this was an actual commercial, by the way. Not this in particular, but the audio is an actual fucking commercial. An ancient one. My brand. The Gmod idiot box just makes it funnier. Because it is genuinely, like, it is genuinely psychotic of a commercial.
Have my brand. I have special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
My brand.
my brand. This one isn't? Are you sure? I swore this was from Das Bullshit. I swore it was from Das Bullshit. Who's it? Oh, okay. Well, my apologies. I gave credit to Das Bullshit on this. It was another Machinima one. Mega Films? Oh! I remember Mega Films. Holy shit. Hang on, wait. Let's do a classic Mega Films. Hold on. Do you have it? Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. I know Machinima is technically dead. Like, the concept isn't dead, but I know, like, so many of those websites and everything went down. Bummer. Oh, it got stolen by a brand. Ugh. Yeah. Well, at least there's another... Hang on. We'll do one of the funny ones. Is this the sequel? Yeah, this is the sequel. From Zachariah Scott. Another legend within Machinima. We'll do this one. Maybe, potentially. God, it's so old and crusty. It's so old and crusty. 240p, baby, 240p! This was back in the day. Yum, extra crust. I wish this was... The one downside is I wish this was the... Hang on. Wait, let's see if I can find the first one. Thundermelon 2 is okay. I like Thundermelon 1 the most. The Thundermelon. Because he literally gets... It gets stolen from him and then it turns into a fucking, like, apocalypse. Yeah, this was old Machinima. I want to say, this was from Mighty Crane Films, who also did one of the best, music videos for Half-Life. Then you had, What was it? Man. I've watched many. I used to watch a ton of Machinima back in the day. It was such a fun time. Especially Quake. Quake Machinima was shockingly, like, really enjoyable. Thunder Melon, yeah, Thunder Melon, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my God. Mm. Oh, Brave Little Toaster memes. Holy shit. Chart I'm not allowed to show because I would reveal how much of a degenerate I am. Harvey and Chief was fucking great. It was amazing. I agree. I agree. All right, let me see, chat, if we got some stuff to look at. Any updates for you? Any updates at all? Please? Please? Still in full development, absolutely still being made. It's just a lot of work for a solo project. So while progress is steady, it's also slow. But it's coming, unless I die IRL. The game will happen. Okay. So that was for Project Moonborn. Mm. But you know, if you guys don't remember what Project Moonborn is, hold on. This I am genuinely looking forward to because it was clearly inspired by. This was clearly inspired by Werewolf the Apocalypse. Like, and I do mean loosely though. I should say loosely, but it has the same like sort of super-powered mentality and things like that. There you go. If you guys hadn't seen this I'm looking forward to. He's still working on it. I'm glad somebody asked him 3 days ago, in fact, and he's like, "Yep, nope, I'm still working on it." Project Moonborn.
Taken from home. Stolen from family. Kidnapped and tortured. And imprisoned. organization. Her goal now to rescue her pups and escape interstellar prison.
Stay back. Oh yeah, the animations are sick, the combat looks great, I like the powers and everything they show off. Find loot and grow stronger. The nope, I just realized that graffiti. I need the puppers. Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna watch the gameplay supercut as well. Coming when it's done. I appreciate that. But let's watch the gameplay supercut, because this is actually really fucking cool. You get to see more of the superpowers you get. I cannot wait for this game to come out. Hey, stupid, over here, let's craft. I can't. This is gonna be so fucking cool. Look at this. Like, seriously. These powers are awesome. Oh my god. Seriously, hook it into my veins. And then, of course, you can have your puppies do the work, too. Come on, pup. Kill. Kill. Good pupper. Good pupper. Yep, that one's female. Hey, I think YouTube got the hint that maybe their auto translator is a bit fucked. Yeah, I think YouTube fixed its auto translator. Well, it's a bit of a shame, but I can't believe they had an auto translator to begin with. That was fucking stupid. Oh. It looks like it's something you can play every now and again. The human phase, but obviously she's buck ass naked in her human phase. Yeah, fixed. Probably turned off is more accurate. Yeah, I am super interested. I very, very, very much hope that it will come soon. I will throw money. I will throw money at Sean when it comes out. Sean, I'm telling you this right now. I will buy it. It's literally the Fry meme. Take my fucking money. You do not understand. Give me Project Moonborn. Give me if you set up a Patreon or a GoFundMe or something like that, I will go to that. I will sign up for it. Yep. I mean, at least he's honest, right? When it's done, you know, like he's said multiple times it's a solo dev thing, right? I got a problem. And that problem is, I need more whoop. Well, I had a question for you, Dimitri. You know your, what was it, Deadlands campaign? I forget what you're talking about. I think if it was Deadlands or not. But your campaign setting, where you did those black and white little characters, I would love to get one of those for the various werewolves in my setting. Not all of them, mind you, but I think one of each cast would be a really good idea, right? Oh, Mishima, you should check, oh, hang on. Somebody might have checked the Discord already. No, okay. No, Mishima posted in the Discord. All right. Mishima, there is oh, I guess it depends on if you have the role. You do! Yeah, you can see it in mail. I posted both. One with the sheaf and one with the schlong. Yeah, fair enough. But I think it would be cool because I want to get some work started on, like... I want to get some work started. No, you haven't seen it at this point. Unless you have Deviant on the Discord. You haven't seen it. You got to see the censored version, though. But yeah, I want to get started on showing the differences between, like, what a Speya looks like versus a Guthi versus a Domari versus a Yalderskald versus a Wrecker. So I kind of want to show, like, them with their claw glyphs. As you can see above my head, the Wrecker is right now. That's the Speya. Smiler. I'm gonna work on the Smiler claw glyph at some point. The Domari. The Guthi. And the Yalderskald. So I want to have the claw glyphs above them, and I want them to be holding their iconic weapon that they have from Mani. Like, the Full Moon Shield is obviously a round shield that the Wrecker can wield. The Speya will have the dual silver daggers. And I do mean actual daggers, not knives. So, they're pretty big. That's another thing. Most people don't know the difference between a knife and a dagger. Daggers are a lot bigger than you would expect, right? No. Yeah, Grindus hasn't pushed that button. Yeah, and then so the crescent sickle of the Guthi. Oh yeah, they're big. Daggers are big. a lot of people don't realize. Hang on, let's see if I can show you. Dagger versus knife. Because people are like, well, what about a switchblade and things like that? It's like that's a knife. And the reason why is because of the use doesn't fucking matter. It's the size. Like, holy shit, it's the fucking size. Like, you wouldn't call a switchblade a fucking dagger. That's not a fucking knife. Oh. Oh, you're gonna drive me crazy with this. Is there seriously none that show, like... You're not going to show a single one that is just super easy. This is the best one you can get. Because I wanted to show one that was even like a switchblade. Because people could be like, oh, that's clearly a dagger. It's like, no, it's not. But here you go. This is the best picture, apparently, we can find. Knife, dagger, sword. A short sword, which technically isn't a classification of sword. It's more like an arming sword, right? That gets into a whole complicated other measure of what the Kriegsmesser is. Right? Because the Messer means knife. Kriegsmesser means war knife. That gets into a whole other can of worms. Legalities, loopholes, like, oh man. Guild versus guild infighting. Yeah, it's the blade length is what makes a dagger a dagger. Yep, take care, Hoodie Man. Take care, take care. But I can't believe this is the best we've got. That's the best picture we've got to kind of show them. Really? Really? No other picture? Like, all the other pictures are just like a dagger by itself or a knife by itself. And it's like... What? 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 Why? Profoundly unusable. Kriegmesser is a really large... I know. That gets into a whole different can of worms. Right? Like I said, that gets into like... inter-guild fighting and like the sword makers guild versus the knife makers guild and everything. Like, oh, it gets into a whole other can of worms. Now, I do know that there's some misinformation about the fight. Like, apparently the knife makers weren't doing it for some reason, and yeah. It was German guilds fighting over it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Holy Roman Empire was a mess. 100%. But you know what's funny? The Holy Roman Empire had the Second Amendment. It wasn't called the Second Amendment, but you were, in fact, required to be armed. Because an armed populace kept the barbarians at bay. Ugh. Excuse me. Like what, the fifth one at this point? What, the Holy Roman Empire? Yeah. Yeah, the HRE doesn't exist since Napoleon, like, smoked it. And then you had the Prussians who rose up to fight back, and they like came together, and then Germanic pride began with Otto von Bismarck. And Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, is the one that wanted to unify Germany into a full proper country. Yeah, no, I will give the French more credit than that. They had really good tank design, shockingly. They had really bad parts of tank design, but that was because of politicians, and that gets into, like I said, that's a whole other can of worms when we talk about the politicians fucking up everything for the French in World War II. Oh my God. Oh my God. Then you have, again, French firearms and stuff like that are genuinely pretty fucking neat. Like, actually so. The French were, like, everybody knows the British were the British Navy, right? That was the power of the British, was their Navy. The French was their ground forces. The British could not compete against the French ground forces. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. The French didn't try very hard to compete with the British Navy. For good reason. They did not try very hard. For very good reason. Britain was way ahead of them in terms of naval power. Way ahead. It wasn't even remotely close. No. But okay. I guess I will caveat it. As Grindy said, they did try, but I'm more emphasizing like they didn't try very hard. You know what I mean? Like, they eventually just came up with the whole idea of like, you know what? We don't need to try that hard. We own fucking Europe, right? Europe is ours. We are the land army. The Redcoats could not compete against the French army. Not even remotely. And it's kind of the same. Think of it like this. It makes sense, right? An island nation who needs to project its power through the use of its navy is going to be more practiced and skilled of being a navy, right? You are going to specialize in the thing that you need to do to project power. France didn't need a navy to project its power. France had land borders with all of its neighbors. France had to project its power through land forces and military might, right? That's kind of the, like, that's the way to think of it, right? So France was very, very skilled at land combat. Meanwhile, the United States is the weird one, because remember, the United States came on the scene right after the Revolutionary War. The United States comes on the scene, and we are shockingly good at both naval and land combat because we project our power through our navy, right? But we have land borders where we were constantly fighting. So we kind of had experience in both fields really, really fucking well. U.S. is a logistic company with armed forces. It's pretty fucking accurate. Oh yeah, no, nothing can compete with the U.S. in terms of air power. Nothing. It's not even remotely close. We did a joke about it the other day. The Chinese/Russian fuck up roulette, or the more like Monopoly board. where China and Russia will make up some bullshit that they have as capabilities. The United States will see that, then say, we don't believe them, but what if they did have that, and then we design something to beat those capabilities that that Russia and China never had? So then we get even further ahead in terms of arms technology and everything. And then the cycle just fucking repeats. It's why I don't fear China's military prowess. I don't fear it. I've seen China trying to gloat about its military prowess, and they all fucking suck. Like, all of it fucking sucks. Now, that's not to say, I'm not saying like, oh, they won't kill a single American. No, no, no. If there was actually a war that went on, of course some Americans are going to die, right? But I don't think people are understanding that it's going to be a complete one-sided curb stomp. Poland has so much air defense. It is unreal. And most of it is bought from the United States. Now, okay, here's the thing to keep in mind. This is the way I like to put it. China and Russia oversell everything in their military, right? They oversell the capabilities of every aspect of their military that they have. Everything. They overpromise. They over-propagandize. They blow everything out of proportion. Oh, hypersonic missiles, right? Massive air quotes. Hypersonic missiles. Sure, it gets hypersonic at the apogee, and then it rapidly falls off because it doesn't have the boost or capabilities to stay hypersonic. The U.S. vastly undersells what it can do. Because we know everyone's trying to play catch up to us. So we undersell everything. When you see a U.S. system claim that its effective range is 150 miles, it's a lie. Its effective range is way higher. A habitual line crosser did a thing about this, where Russia was like, Russia in habitual line crossers little like universe was like, ha, your missiles only have 80-mile capacity for things like that, right? And then habitual line crosser's like, ha, you think it's only 80 miles? It's actually, and then he stops for a second and goes, let me check the Wikipedia article. Okay, they say it's 150. Okay, it's 150 miles. And then he does the little, Fry from Futurama, narrowing of eyebrows, like, That's what is claimed. I'm going to tell you right now, it's at least double that. It's double that. Like, you don't understand. The U.S. undersells everything. It is. I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit. But yeah, that's the whole thing with the U.S. We undersell everything. By design. That's all intentional. Even the hardware we sell to our allies, I'm sorry guys, we're not going to give you the latest and greatest stuff. We're going to give you some stuff that's downgraded a bit. Because we can't trust our allies to keep the technology, you know? It's nothing personal. It just makes logical sense. We'll give you good shit, but we're not going to give you the best shit. We're going to give you good stuff. We're not going to give you the greatest stuff. Because we can't trust that you'll actually use it effectively, maintain it, and keep it out of the hands of Russia and China. Mm-hmm. Grindness, I hate to put a caveat in that, right? I hate to put a caveat on that. It's the top of the line stuff we're willing to sell. That's the asterisk on the end. That we're willing to sell. Right? Remember, nobody's getting the F-22. Nobody. The F-22 is still 70 years advance of everyone else. Nobody's getting it. There is law. There is actual, like, federal law in place that the F-22 cannot be sold to anybody. You do not. You do not, Mishima. It is genuine. It is illegal for the F-22 to go anywhere. It can only be in the United States. Like, to sell-wise, right? It will obviously go on missions. But there is an act of Congress. There is actual federal law that it cannot be sold even to our allies. It just can't. That's where the F-35 comes in. That's why we're selling the F-35. Whew. That's a better way to put it, Elder Dragoon. It's top of the line on the market. Like, Poland stuff is still going to be 20 years in advance, maybe 30 years in advance of anything China and Russia can field. But again, it's the what we're willing to put on the market, what we're willing to sell. It's why you have the F-35, but it's not the F-35 we have. The F-35 we're willing to sell is the export model, which has a couple downgrades in it. It's still way better than anything else, as multiple other countries learned when they thought, oh, well, we're not going to rely on the United States. We're going to buy the Russian or Chinese option. And then it gets BTFO'd by everything else. It gets BTFO'd by the export model of the the F-35. And it's like, oh, wow, who could have seen that coming? Who could have seen that coming? Oh, dude, the Chinese claim they have a copy of the F-35, but they don't. They fucking don't. They really don't. Ooh. I like those. Dimitri sent me a picture of a bunch of blades. Oh no, I don't want to open the media. No, just let me open the door. Let me open the door. Why? Why can't I just? Why? Fine. I won't fucking look at it. Jesus. Oh, wait. I got an idea. I know how to look at it. Hang on. Here we go. Copy image. Go fuck yourself. Not you, Dimitri, but Discord. Discord being dumb. Here you go. No, it's not your fault. Not your fault at all. It's Discord being dumb. There you go. These are some Argentinian blades. Argentinian blades. Ugh. Oh yeah. China has copies of a ton of stuff, from PCs, electric cars. That doesn't mean they're good 100%. Oh yeah. I'm not expecting these to be short by any means. You know what I mean? Ugh. Oh. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah. Mishima also did one for the Japanese. For glorious Nippon Steel Division. Glorious Nippon Steel Division. Katana blade link. The Tachi, the Uchikatana, the Wakizashi, and the Tanto. Technically, small sword or short sword doesn't exist as a category. You have arming swords. But technicality, a short sword doesn't exist. Right? That was never an actual category. That's become a category now. You know? By technicality, it was not a category back in the day. But, and I'll tell you this. So what I learned while I was doing writing, I had a moment. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to ask you this question, chat. If you've seen the answer, because I found the answer, here's the question. Here's the question I had while I was writing. Why do we call it red hair when it's orange in color? Because I was like, is this a cultural thing that maybe I shouldn't put in the book because Rosentia isn't the United States, right? Rosentia is a very spiritual nation. It's a republic like the United States is supposed to be, but it's much more strict. It's much more like the Federation of Starship Troopers, where you have to earn the right to vote. You have all the other rights, but to vote or hold public office or be a teacher or anything, you have to earn that right. And when I say teacher, I mean a public teacher, a government-assigned public teacher. Yeah. All right, so here's the reason why it's called red hair instead of orange hair, and why we call them redheads instead of orange heads. Because the color orange, yeah, there you go. The color orange didn't exist in English or any of the derivatives of that like inspired English. Because remember, English is a bastardization of Anglo-Saxon, which is French and German mixture. It is a bastardization of the Anglo-Saxon language. So then you get English. In English, there was no orange. There was no orange. So redheads, like from Scotland and Wales and Ireland, they're called red because it was a shade of red to the English speakers at the time. They didn't make up a new color. It wasn't until the fruit trade with Asia where the titular orange was brought into the English lexicon. And so the fruit, the orange, inspired the color orange. The color was invented because of the fruit. So, yeah. Until we got oranges. And so we just took the name of the fruit and made it the color because orange was different enough from red to be appropriate as its own thing, right? Like what that red fruit there called an orange, and then people just started calling it orange. And it happened in the 16th century. So about the 1500s. Yeah, there you go. That's why we call them redheads and not orange heads. So I had looked at that and I go, huh. Because obviously Michael in Guardians of Nature, he's a redhead. He is a red-furred wolf as well. So he has orange fur. So I tried to make that clear in, especially this part. Let's find it. The first barrage of slashes was easy enough to deflect or dodge, but a wrecker tired very slowly, and thus the second barrage, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all came with the same speed and intensity. The ranger was trying his best, but his Ater were not well versed in battling smilers, and instead spent more time and effort in confronting those Fiander that presented themselves. It was only a matter of time as he began to take lacerations across his hide, sending orange fur flying as the red wolf began to yelp and twist just enough that the claws didn't bite deep. I need to continue the boring Covenant story. I know, right? It's a shame. It's a damn shame that the Daggerfall Covenant is so boring. It really is. Ugh. Oh. Don't make me play the game more. I'm enjoying it. Yeah. Oh my goodness sakes. What else? What else? We have that Werewolf the Apocalypse game which is coming. And I'm interested, but I'm also worried about it. Like I hope beyond belief that it'll be good. You know what I mean? I'm hopeful. For anyone that hasn't seen it, this is it, and they're going to make it an action-adventure game. An action-adventure Metroidvania with the 3 styles. I swore that it was actually a... whatchamacallit, a Hispo. But no, it's just Krynos crouching over.
Lamarche. I'm creative director and president of Creature Studios. We're a small indie studio based in Quebec, Canada. So I'm really excited to present to you our next game, which is called Werewolf the Apocalypse Rageborn. It's a action-adventure game based on Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition. The game is very inspired.
I am not a fan of 5th edition. It's part of why it got me off of writing His Majesty the Dragon, right? Because I don't like 5th edition that much. I got off of writing His Majesty the Dragon and instead started working much more on the Vordir, the Wolverin, the Bavorin, the Revorin, the Volpavin. Like, it's what got me. Is like, you know what? I'm just going to do it myself because I don't like a lot of the stuff in 5th edition. I really don't. Metroidvania top-down, I would have a hard time believing it being one. So if Paradox think they're making something new, I'm worried. No. Metroidvania is more a style of function, right? It doesn't have to be a side-scroller. Side-scroller is just easier to do the Metroidvania formula, but you can have a Metroidvania formula without it being a side-scroller. What is key is that the power scaling progression allows you further exploration, right? That's more the key of what a Metroidvania actually is. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm massaging my throat for a second. Oh.
By classic action adventure, and what really inspired us to use the werewolf of the apocalypse brand was the fact that the character itself comes with his own Metroidvania elements due to his shape-shifting design.
Yep.
In a classic action adventure, your character has tools. In our case, our character has tools plus forms, and you can
So this I thought was a Hispo.
dynamically.
And the reason I thought it was a Hispo was because in actual Werewolf the Apocalypse lore, Hispo is much more like what my Vargur is, right? Like, my Vargur is called the Nightmare Wolf for a reason. So remember, the 5 forms I have for my werewolves are the Mother, which is the humanoid form. This is man, elf, dwarf, gnome, doesn't matter. That's the humanoid form. Then you have the Ulfhepner. That is the beastly man. That is the in-between of the humanoid and the true form, which is the Wolverine. The big werewolf. Your traditional, what you think of as a werewolf. Then you have the Vargur, which is the in-between, also known as the Nightmare Wolf, the in-between of the Wolverine and the Wolver, or the Ulfer. The Ulfer is the wolf form. Wolver means wolf in the dragon tongue. Wolvarin means wolf with sentience. Right? Or sapience. Now I've got myself confused. Sentience versus sapience. I think sapience is the, like, full philosophical understanding and everything. But yeah. So IN is the designator of true actual intelligence when it comes to dragon language. It's why Dracorin. Dracor are just considered like dragon-like things. Dracorin are actual dragons because the IN is the indicator of intelligence. Same thing with Hog. HAG are human-like things. Hagen are humans themselves. Elgin, Elg are the normal. IN for the intelligence. Elgin, Dwarin, everything like that, right? That's how their language works. But the Nightmare Wolf, what makes it called the Nightmare Wolf is that a traditional wolf, it doesn't have broad shoulders. Their legs are very close in. They have a normal, like, kind of straight back. It's not perfectly straight, but it's a lot straighter because they're a 4-legged creature, right? By the way, my voice is doing this. My voice is going out, but it doesn't hurt or anything like that, right? It's not like labored. It's just the sound. The sound is rough, so my apologies on the sound. So what it is the Vargur, its 4 paws, its front paws, 4 paws, its front paws are hand-like, so it can manipulate things. Its neck is longer than that of a wolf, and that's because it's designed closer towards, but not totally, but closer towards bipedal movement, which is why bipeds have such long necks compared to a lot of 4-legged animals. Not all of them, obviously. Nobody's going to beat a giraffe, right? Nobody's going to beat a giraffe. But then, like this, like in here, instead of traditional wolves being very inline and no shoulders, the Vargur has shoulders. Right? Ooh. Woofda. No. Usually Hog for the dragon language, hog usually will refer to a humanoid or a human mimic. That is their definition, because mimics aren't technically sentient. Yeah, it's literally why it's called the Nightmare Wolf. The Vargur is the Nightmare Wolf form. It is what Alex Reed uses to carry Victoria Vink while they're being chased by the Smiler. The Smiler goes to his Ulfer form, which allows him more speed, and Alex cannot take his Ulfer form because Victoria weighs enough that it would actually slow him down more than staying in his Vargur form, which gives him more strength to actually carry Victoria with him. That would be another thing too, Dimitri. If you're still here, that would be another thing. I would love to get a picture of the 5 forms, right? And then on the Mother form, just have a human, but then have like a dwarf face or an elf face and things like that to kind of just hint at the fact that a dwarf, an elf, a halfling, a gnome, they all can technically be Vordir. It's just less likely. There is a percentile chance of how procreation works between the Wolverine and the humanoid races. The humans and elves have the greatest compatibility between the Wolverine and, any of the shifters, any of the Vordir, and making another one. So the Wolf Bloods and stuff like that. The Wolf Bloods, the Raven Bloods, the Lion Bloods, the Fox Bloods, the Shark Bloods, the Bear Bloods. They mostly will come from humans and elves. And then on a tie in that regard is also for the animal species itself. Remember, it's supposed to be a backup. It's an emergency copy. So Wolverine can mate with Hagen and Elgin and all the other races, and they are most likely to make more Wolverine from Hagen and Elgin, so from elves and humans, but they're also at the same tier able to make more Wolverine from normal wolves as well. Again, it's supposed to be an emergency backup. The sins do exist, though. So, what was originally, it's the unintended consequence, right? What is supposed to be the emergency backup, what's supposed to be the emergency seed vault, doesn't get used as an emergency. Like, it's one of those things where the ones that are considered Wolverine wolves, that have the blood of the Wolverine in them, that have the potential to become actual Wolverine, they're supposed to be there as if all the Wolverine get wiped out in the world, or all the Revorin, or all the Barovin, or all of the Volpavin. There is a chance, a non-zero chance, that you can get a new one from this source. But obviously the sins existing, it gets used, even though it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be an emergency supply. But again, that's part of it. It's part of the maturity of the setting. This is supposed to be for emergencies only. And yet, you're not taking it that way. Ooh, excuse me. See, wolf bloods, again, 2 wolf bloods come together. This is why it's supposed to be emergency. It's rare. 2 wolf bloods can come together and have a child that turns into a Wolverine. That is 100% possible. There is a less than 0% chance. The bloodline doesn't thin out the way that other bloodlines do. Remember, the Vink bloodline died out because the Revorin and the Raven Bloods were killed in the Vink family. Now, I'm just going to go into more detail when we do the book House of Desire, but the actual Ravenbloods and the actual Revorin within the Vink family died. The woman that married into the Vink family, who survived and decided to carry on the Vink name, was not a Ravenblood. So the Ravenblood within the Vink bloodline died out. So the Vinks now are not Revorin. They are not Vordir. They cannot create Vordir. And yeah, the Vink family got fucked over really, really hard. Like, it was very bad. Remember, the Vordir, they're super strong and powerful when they're in their true forms. When a Revorin is in the Revorin form, when a Barovin is in the Barovin form, when a Volpavin is in the Volpavin form, they are very powerful. They are strong. Well, powerful in asterisks compared to people, right? They can do a lot of regenerative capabilities. They have, like, a lot more strength and power and speed. But when they're in their Mother form, that's lessened. When they're in their animal form, that's lessened. So all it takes, if you want to kill a Vordir and you know they're one, catch them by surprise. An anti-material rifle through the head, they're gone. Like, it doesn't matter. If you catch them when they're not in their true form, you can deal with them. Again, it's the same thing with wizards. Wizards are super fucking powerful. But if a wizard goes to his house, opens his door, and there's a guy with a shotgun waiting on the other side and blows his brains out, it didn't matter how powerful the wizard was. He wasn't expecting it. All of them are dangerous in their animal forms too. That's the point. Were sharks are dangerous in their shark form, or their were shark form, or their human form. Like, they're all technically dangerous, but it's dangerous for different reasons, right? That's what you're supposed to do. But complacency is a hell of a thing. Once you've gotten so old as a wizard, it's hard to resist the urge to become complacent. People do it all the time. Small complacencies, they'll compound upon each other into bigger complacencies. This is how people die the most that are really powerful in the setting. They get complacent. And then you get jumped by someone you didn't expect. Remember, a street mugger can actually kill these supernatural entities if they get the drop on them. Like, you are very, very powerful, but shit can go wrong. Shit can happen. It's why the Vink family has actually killed some of Smiling Wolf Studios, right? They've actually managed to kill some of the Vordir. Or the Vorder. Which one sounds better? Vorder or Vordir? Because Vordir is something else. Yep. 100%. Now, stabbing and bleeding to death is quite different for a Vordir, because obviously they'll start shifting, which will save their life. And of course, if you stab a vampire, it doesn't really do much unless you hit the heart, and then they're fucked. Oh, yeah, I think Vorder sounds better, or Vordir maybe. No, Vorder. Yeah, Vorder. Or Vordir. Vordir. No, not even to the forehead. It has to be the heart. Now, if you totally destroy the brain, like, you're not going to do that with a knife, but if you totally destroy the brain, like a shotgun blast to the fucking brain, yeah, the vampire's gone. But if you're talking about it like a stab wound, you got to hit the heart. You got to hit the heart. They don't bleed like normal. Yeah, fair enough. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. I still have no idea what head on is actually used for, because they never talk about what it's used for, and they never tell you what the side effects are. It was always just head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead, and that's it. That's all they would say. Again, nobody knows. Is it migraines? They don't tell you in any of their like commercials or anything. It's very, very strange. Very, very, very strange. Yeah, surprise, element of surprise, huge deal. And remember, the way that William Lowell will kill one of the wizards for the NDA. So this is kind of like part of his opening to kind of make the NDA realize they fucked up. Now, William fucks up, but it is a fuck up that we know. It's a fuck up from the audience perspective. Because the audience is going to realize that this wizard is having doubts about the NDA leadership, and he is genuinely thinking about switching sides. He's starting to put the pieces together. He's starting to understand. William doesn't know this. Again, this is going to be a test for people to see, like, did William make a mistake? No, he didn't. When he kills the wizard, he didn't make a mistake, because he couldn't have godlike knowledge that the wizard was thinking of switching sides. The wizard never reached out to anyone. The wizard never told anybody about it, for obvious reasons. He doesn't want to tell people, and then the NDA be like, "Oh, you're going to turn traitor, are you?" Exactly. William can't read minds. He doesn't know the things that the audience knows. The audience are going to get the insider perspective that the wizard is having his doubts and he's changing sides. And he finally, it's the Greek tragedy thing, where he finally tells his driver that he thinks the NDA has become a huge mistake. That the NDA is no longer performing the function that it's supposed to. He confesses to his driver. The driver is taking him up along the Beltway, along the bridge, over the river in Danesport. No, not Danesport. In the capital city of Rosentia. Again, remember, Rosentia is a republic. So, the republic is named Rosentia, which is named after the city-state of Rosentia that started the whole thing. That's why people just normally call it the capital now. Because you know when you say the capital of Rosentia, you mean Rosentia. You mean the city of Rosentia. So they're going over the bridge, and in front of them, and what they don't know is all around them are other vehicles. In front of them is a semi-truck. And that's the tension, is because the audience, it's that whole thing like, you don't watch the people in the room and suddenly a bomb goes off. The tension in that part is you're reading from the perspective of the mage, who his driver gets stuck behind a semi because the other vehicles are intentionally boxing them in without trying to be sus about it. They're intentionally boxing the vehicle in behind the semi. Meanwhile, you're getting brief snippets of William preparing inside the semi for what's to come. That's the tension. You know that the wizard is talking about switching sides, and he's like, I understand. Like, I get it now. The more I've looked into this, the more I realize how corrupt this organization actually is. These other commuters are strange today. They're glowing awfully bright. Yeah, they don't know that Grey Wolf is about to perform an assassination. Just like how the jock Christian villain in season 4 of The Stranger Things did nothing wrong, but still got an unnecessary horrible death. Yeah, 100%. And again, this wizard is going to suffer the same fate. So the wizard's car with his driver are behind the semi. And then as the traffic gets more condensed, again, through manipulations by Grey Wolf and everything, they are ensuring that he cannot get away. William gets told which seat the wizard is in. And then it happens. William, the back of the semi-truck rolls up. There is a mesh screen, which is what snipers use to ensure that a room looks dark. There is a mesh screen that is concealing what is further inside the back of the semi-truck. And William, in his full Wolverine form, pulls the trigger on the anti-tank rifle. And the wizard can see the muzzle flash, and it's already too late. He's already starting to react because of muscle memory, but he doesn't even get his hand partially up when the round goes right through the windshield and then right into his cheek, and he is gone. He is gone immediately. And then the next shot comes in and just hits the driver right in the chest and vaporizes him, basically. It's not vaporization, more like salsifies him. And then the third shot, and the fourth shot, and the fifth shot, and the sixth, until the magazine falls empty. And then the truck, which has been modified, the back door rolls down, all of the other cars basically escape, and people are freaking out on the highway because they literally just watched somebody get turned into fucking chunky salsa in front of them. Right? And it is a clear, like, the reason it wasn't just like one shot or one freak thing. It couldn't be like, it didn't need to be seen as a freak accident or as something clinical. It needed to be overwhelmingly violent to get the message across to the NDA that you fucked up. William came to you in good faith, and he wanted to give you the chance to prove that you aren't corrupt or complicit. And instead, the director was more worried about the chancellor's next election and covering up just how corrupt the NDA were. And again, it's a litmus test to see if the reader understands that William, in the God's eye view, made a mistake. But in universe, William did nothing wrong. He was entirely correct in his actions. With the information he had, the information he could only possibly have, he made the correct call. Because you have to get rid of the wizards protecting the director of the NDA. Once the wizards are gone, he's open. He is open to be taken. He is open to be attacked. But you have to get rid of the wizards. It's the same thing that is hammered home in the book Corporate Wizardry. Most normies don't understand what wizards do. Wizards protect things very well. Oh, no. Give me that. I need it. I need it. He needs it. No, that's not how it works, Mishima. You have to be born with magic. Now, there are some magics which are known as sorcery, but very heavily frowned upon because it actually requires sacrifice of, like, souls. So, very frowned upon, but sorcery is a thing you could do if you are not an actual wizard. Otherwise, you need to actually be born with the capability of wielding magics. Yep. Again, that's what makes it a tragedy. Because if the assassination had not been carried out, that wizard was going to contact William. He was going to try to get in contact with him to explain like he was going to switch sides. But there is no possible way William could have ever known that. Remember, the wizard only confesses it right before the assassination. And he confesses it to his driver, who he has been having this candid conversation with multiple times. They would, because soul sacrifice sorcery is very different. It leaves a stain. When you are a sorcerer, now there is a difference. There is a thing called sorcery and being a sorcerer, and the difference is so minute that that wizards in the universe call them hexers instead, to make it abundantly clear when they mean a bad guy, a true bad guy. Because sorcery can use magical items. You can use artifacts and scrolls and things like that. That's sorcery. A sorcerer uses souls. Now, to make it clear to people, like, wait, when you talk about a sorcerer, do you mean somebody using magical items, or do you mean an actual sorcerer? So they have begun to call them hexers instead. It is slowly, the nomenclature is slowly being changed over to avoid the confusion, right? Exactly. That's what makes it a tragedy. The driver isn't alive to tell the tale. The wizard isn't alive to tell the tale. Nobody knows. Nobody in the NDA, nobody in Grey Wolf, nobody knows that that wizard was actually thinking of switching sides. Only the spirit realm will learn the truth. And by that point, once he's in the spirit realm, the binding contract of the generational gap keeps him from giving that information. They cannot learn that information later. The binding contract of the generational gap is there so that when you engage in talks with your ancestry, you cannot engage in talks with direct ancestry. Your most direct. You can't talk to your dead dad or your dead son or anything like that. No, it's your ancestors. And it has to be multiple generations back. Because as Meraxis, who created the spirit realms and everything, the very concept of the Ander, life is for the living. That is important. There needs to be a clear separation between what is alive and what is dead. The Ander are living things in the spirit realm. Former people, former Wolverine and everything, they are dead things. There is a clear barrier between the living and the dead. Again, like I said, life is for the living, and death is for the dead. That is incredibly clear. There is a single exception made, which is the contract for the Anvaki. The Anvaki are allowed a one-time visit to somebody directly connected to them. That is very important, because the Anvaki are the unintended consequence. So Meraxis doesn't want to punish them. So he's like, I will give you a one-time out for the generational gap. That is how Kenneth Ashwood is able to talk to his fiancée who burned to death in the fire that made him an Anvaki. He has the one-time out. Because to be an Anvaki, you have to have faced a near-death experience. Your soul has to jump the gun thinking you are about to die and begun spiritification, but then you don't die. That's also where the whole myth about shamans being afraid of water comes from. So there is an old myth in Rosentian lore that shamans, if you want to discover a shaman, you figure out who's afraid of water. And then you'll know a shaman. So this becomes like an old wives' tale. And the reason that this even started was because when it was still tribes, remember, Rosentia didn't have what we have in the United States, where we have native lands. No. Rosentia forced native tribes to integrate. But this brought the tribal culture into Rosentia and influenced Rosentian culture itself. And in those native tribes, you had Anvaki. Those Anvaki acted as the shamans, the spiritual leaders for their tribes. To then try and get more Anvaki, the shamans would have potential new shamans undergo a trial. Now, this trial would make them face a near-death experience, and they had the potential then to become Anvaki. No, now, the shamans didn't know it was called Anvaki. They just realized they were shamans, right? You could awaken to see the spirits. The easiest methodology that these tribal shamans found was to stuff someone into a wicker basket and wrap rope or other wicker around it so they couldn't get out, and then put it in water so they drown. And they would watch them carefully, and the moment that the person supposedly drowned, they would pull them up, cut open the basket, and then resuscitate them. And being an Anvaki means you gain a fear directly associated, even if tangentially, with the near-death experience you had. So a ton of Anvaki, a ton of shamans back in the tribal lands became afraid of water because of drowning. But some of them would become afraid of wicker baskets. They would be afraid of like falling into a basket because they might go into the water again. You know what I mean? It was tangentially related. But most of them became afraid of water. So now that knowledge that shamans that awaken become terrified of water kind of gets spread around as like an old wives' tale. So in modern day Rosentia, if you want to discover somebody's a shaman, a mystic spellweaver, you use water, right? That's what it became. A lot less of them became afraid of the wicker baskets. Or the weaved baskets is more accurate, right? Yep, that's always fun to speak with dead. And then you make sure everybody else in the party shuts the fuck up, because if they ask a question, the dead person can answer the question. And that will burn one of your questions you're allowed to ask. Yeah. So that's where the old mythology, and I like doing stuff like that, right? Like, why do certain sayings or certain practices come about? And it's because of things that happen in history that get carried on through the continuation of that culture. It gets a little misunderstandings here and there, because obviously those that awaken, those that become watchmen, which is what they themselves call themselves in the modern day, those that become watchmen don't really reveal like the spirits to other people, because people will think they're crazy, right? Like, hey, you've got a thing on your shoulder that's wrapping its intestines around your throat. You're likely going to have a bad time. You're cursed. You know how unhinged that sounds if you were like on a train and you just said that to one of the other passengers? So yeah, Anvaki don't really talk about being able to see spirits with people that can't see spirits. The exception is stuff for like shrine tenders. A lot of shrine tenders who believe wholeheartedly in the spirits and can be blessed by spirits in turn, they're more understanding that, oh, the spirits are real. Well, how do you know they're real? Well, I found out I have a capability now that every now and then when like I want to help clear the path of leaves, I can blow and the leaves will suddenly whisk away because the spirit of that shrine has essentially like blessed them. Even though they're not an Anvaki, they can't see the spirits unless the spirits decide to show themselves, so on and so forth, right? This is also where the idea of, like, holy water comes in. Because some shrines, they talk about it in Seekers of Redemption. They don't know what holy water is. Vampires can't figure out how holy water works. Because you could see a priest literally bless water and flick it onto a vampire and they're fine. And then you could be walking down the street and you see a hobo that suddenly pulls out a bottle of liquid, massive air quotes, and they throw it at you. It turns out it's water, but some reason it fucking causes you to burst into flames. So vampires can't figure out, like, okay, how did the hobo economy make holy water? And the priest we literally saw, like, an hour ago just flicked water on us. It's because it all has to do with the Ander, the spirits. It's the same thing why they can't go into certain buildings. And vampires don't have a way to discover this, right? Like, the vampires can't discover why some of this stuff works because they physically cannot gather the information needed. So they can't figure out why they can enter most buildings, but then some buildings, it's like they hit a brick fucking wall and get thrown back. Then they don't know why. So that's why they're very hesitant about, like, running through buildings when they're being chased. Because they are terrified that if they are being chased, especially by what they call the shapeshifters or the changelings, aka Vordir, aka shifters, you know, the Wolverine and everything like that, if they're being chased by Vordir, they are terrified that if they try to duck into a building to escape, the building will rebuke them because they have no idea why some buildings block them out. Meanwhile, from the other perspectives, we know why. Because the Wolverine and the Ander explain it, that the spirit shrine in the building is being occupied. And one of the things spirit shrines do when they are occupied and being taken care of is that they take care of the residence in and of itself like a barrier. And they will not allow certain things to happen. Now, they can't stop everything, like if that building catches on fire. But if the building catches on fire and there's a spirit shrine, there's a lot more miracles that happen, like people managing to get out of the fire without being hurt, or like the fire happens, but some of the windows break, or like one of the pipes burst and actually like douses the flame. Like, stuff like that happens in these houses. Or in office buildings that have spirit shrines that are actually being tended to. But the spirits will also kind of prioritize the people actually tending the shrine versus people that are just in the building. Right? Like, that's their whole thing. Like, it's what the spirit totem in the attic is actually for. Oh, that's another thing, Eldritch. If somebody inside the house tells them that they're allowed to come in, this gets into the whole... Because I wanted to bring back that whole idea of, like, do you need permission to enter residences? 95% of the time, no. However, there are some residences that have a spirit shrine that is active. The vampires don't know this, but they're like, so we've just made the habit of asking permission to come into buildings. Because for whatever reason, if we get permission to come inside the building, we can go in the building. That's part of the contract of a spirit guarding a residence or a factory or an office. That's kind of the like, sort of part of the contract. that obviously someone who is allowed entry has offered entry into something else. And that has to be accepted. That has to be honored. It's the whole, it's part, what's the way to put it? It's the whole guest rights thing, right? Mishima, there is actually one in universe. Because remember, vampires are allowed, and in fact encouraged, to seek redemption. This falls under what Cordysoth wants, because he wants them to suffer. He wants them to actually work for their redemption. And it ties in with Meraxus' first son, who is the dragon god of redemption. So he wants them to seek redemption. Part of that, in the book Seekers of Redemption, one of the vampires that our main character, oh my god, is it Vincent Herrera? Holy shit, I gotta make sure I get the name correctly. I'm pretty sure it's Vincent Herrera. Because I specifically wanted to make a nod towards Brandon Herrera. Vincent Herrera is a detective that at the very start of the book, he is shot and he's bleeding to death. He came across some ne'er-do-wells up to no good. They pulled a gun on him. He fought back. Unfortunately, he got hit multiple times. And yeah, he's going down. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, this was the wishful thinking of Detective Vincent Herrera. Hey, good. I did remember the name still. Fantastic. Because he hides under a pseudonym. He doesn't go by Vincent when he's talking to the vampires because he doesn't know who the vampires fucking are. So, like, they're kind of trying to help him with this, but he adopts a pseudonym instead of Victor Holloway. And so that also raises some eyebrows because Holloway is actually one of the fallen vampire houses. Fallen not because of like, oh, it got attacked. There are a ton of other fallen houses that because they get in fights with each other all the time. But the Holloways are a fallen house because the Holloways create the Church of Redemptions. So in an ironic twist, the Hallow, as in hallowed ground, the hallowed way through the Church of the Redemptions destroys the House of Holloway. Now, there are people that still have the bloodline, but the house itself is gone because it has now been consumed by the Church of Redemptions. Now, Vincent Herrera, he comes across a few, and the whole thing is here is to show that there are multiple paths towards redemption. What matters is your work, your ethic, your belief in trying to change for the better. Trying to pardon the sin of becoming a vampire. You have broken from the natural cycle and you are trying to give back. So, one of the vampires he runs across is a hermit living in the woods who is actually being checked on like every week by a Wolverine. A Wolverine comes by in his wolf form and checks on him. And then one day, as Victor is with him and talking with him and trying to understand how all this works, the man just finally says it's time. And Victor doesn't understand what he means. Vincent doesn't understand what he means. I'm using his cover. Vincent doesn't understand what he means. So he follows him. The vampire walks outside and he sits on a log and he just waits for the sun to rise and he lets himself rot and die. And in the distance, one of the Wolverine that's always checking on him basically watches as he like accepts that it's time. I've done it. I know it. I know it deep within my soul. I have been forgiven. And so then another character that Vincent meets is a vampire hunter, who, the joke being that he is a vampire that hunts vampires. He is a literal vampire hunter. Wait, so are you a hunter that's a vampire, or are you a hunter of vampires? Yes. And he goes around killing the ones that are reveling in their undeath, right? The ones that are totally, completely like, dude, being undead is amazing. I don't care about all these punishments and like not being able to eat and stuff like that. I get to live for as long as I want, and I can like make money behind the scenes. I can manipulate people because, again, loopholes in the curse. So this vampire hunter hunts down vampires. This vampire hunter who is a vampire hunts down vampires. There we go. That's an accurate statement. So that's his other one. Like, again, you can be more hunt worthy and stuff like that. That's another path to redemption. And the vampire hunter literally believes that one day he will be on a vampire hunt and he will die. One day he knows it will happen. He's like, I will die in battle trying to right the wrongs of the vampire existence. And that will be my redemption. I will die for this cause. That's his path to redemption. Vincent meets the Church of Redemptions, and their path is the path of like abstaining from all desires and things like that. Their whole path is like, we are supposed to be dead. We are afraid of death because of the curse and the implication that we are going to the jaws of Cordysoth. Like, so what we believe is that we will sequester ourselves, we will isolate ourselves from the world, we will become basically monks, and we will slowly work our way towards dying. Yep, basically, yep. Church of Redemption is Buddhism for vampires. Kind of, right? That's their path towards redemption. Through prayer, through abstaining from it. Like, they have to get blood. They can't not get blood. But they usually will, like, have one of their own go down and, like, buy blood from the blood banks. Or will go gather up animals. The animals don't satiate, the blood from the blood banks do, but it's the same sort of deal, right? Like, they will not feed in such a manner to harm, like, sapient life. So that's their path. Vincent will also meet he will actually meet a shrine tender. Now, most of the Ander do not like vampires. Death Ander do, but it's because Death Ander are basically like little leeches themselves. They're sucking on the vampires. But most Ander don't like them. However, this vampire, he is at a shrine that has been long forgotten. It's just the years have gone by. The town that was nearby was a mining town, and it has run dry. It's kind of slowly fallen away. There was no other industry to take over its place. It became a ghost town. And so he tends an abandoned shrine all by himself. He is a shrine tender in every sense of the word. He works to maintain the appearance of it. He repairs it. He keeps the grounds tended and everything. Yeah, he's a relic taking care of an older relic. Absolutely. That is what he believes is his path to redemption. Now, another path to redemption is actually if you become a vampire against your will, you can kill yourself immediately, and Cordysoth won't punish you because you did the actual honorable thing. You realize you are not supposed to be alive. You took yourself out before you could do anything else. I will spare you the curse because you did that. However, remember, they have no way of knowing if that actually works. Now, the audience will know, yes, that works. The vampires have no way of knowing that. Because life is for the living, death is for the dead. So there's no one that can even tell them. There's no vampire that got turned, that immediately killed themselves, that can then come back and be like, hey, it works! So again, it's another one of those tragedies. If Vincent had actually killed himself before he had done anything else, he would have been redeemed. I wonder if that was a transformer that went. What the fuck was that? That was loud. That's part of it. That's the first group he actually meets, Mishima. So there are ways and methodologies to get around it. It's the whole thing of like, can we go in the daylight? Yes and no. You can go in the daylight, but you will start rotting. However, if you spend your blood, you can keep yourself from rotting. But you're obviously burning blood to keep from rotting in the daylight. However, this can also allow you to keep up a tan so you don't look pallid, right? You can look like you have a tan. You look like a normal person. You don't look like a walking corpse. But it requires you to burn blood. It's the same thing with like, well, what about muscular atrophy or like getting rid of fat or things like that? There aren't really fat vampires. And it's the whole thing of like, well, your body is, you're not doing anything. Your muscles can't grow. Your muscles can't diminish. The fat doesn't grow. The fat doesn't diminish. You're literally like stuck. But if you burn blood, you can force the body to go through change. Very slowly and over a long period of time. So you can make yourself stronger, or you could get fat if you feel like it, but nobody ever chooses that option. Because there's too many downsides to being fat. Not that you'll get tired, because vampires don't experience like fatigue in that way. But it's just like, it's the inconveniences of it, right? Of everything getting in the way. Because remember, if somebody splashes holy water on you, do you want to make yourself a bigger target? Do you want to make yourself a bigger target for like a spirit arrow or anything like that? No, not really. Yeah, exactly. Working out while burning blood. Now that comes to the flip side of it though, right? Because you're burning more blood, which means you need to feed more. And remember, feeding from animals does not satiate the hunger. Because it feels like nothing. Feeding from animals is like drinking purified water. That's it. You're not getting that like, my hunger has been sated. You still feel hungry no matter how much you've drunk. Feeding from people, be it humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, whatever, is how you satiate it, right? Yep, it will sustain, but it will not sate the desire. More twistedly, as part of the curse, it is more fulfilling to feed from people you know. So if you get to learn about people, it becomes more tempting because it's that much sweeter. It's that much, the satiation is that much greater. And the more in shape and healthy the person is. If you feed on somebody who's like both feet in the grave and they basically just need to sneeze before they die, you're not going to get much satiation from it. If you get some military-aged man who's a power lifter, you're going to get more satiation from him. But on the flip side, too, the greatest satiation you can experience is from your own family. This is part of the cruelty of the curse. You can never, ever be with your family ever again. Because the curse will drive you to want to feed on them. And once you start feeding on them, you cannot stop. The blood you get from family is so good, it is literally addicting. That is part of the cruelty. And that's one of the things that they warn him about of like, I know what you're thinking. Do not see your family. Oh, by the gods, don't make me get started on the misconceptions. Let me get to where they talk about it. Oh, again, that's only with family because it is that addicting. You could stop in other times. It's the whole thing that they're training him at the beginning. They bring him into a barn with a bunch of cows, and he starts feeding, and they're like, okay, 3 mouthfuls, that's it. And then while he's feeding, the other 2 are there ready to grab him if he goes overboard. They're starting to train him into being able to stop feeding. But once it's your family, it is called the greatest meal, the most potent drug you will ever have. You cannot stop. Yeah, basically, 100%. And that's why they're like, dude, don't. Like, if you go to your family, do not. You can never see your family again. Here we go. What happened to my old clothes? Filled with holes and caked in blood. Need a good cleaning and repairs if you ever want to use them again. Best not to risk being seen in them anyways. After all, you can't go back to your old life. Don't even think of trying. Trust me, it will never end well. This was the first time he'd even thought of it. It was as if the mere fact that he was conscious and thinking had cast the idea of seeing his family again back into the realm of mundane certainty. The woman this time came close to the bed and leaned over, staring directly at his face, which drew his focus now to her. Don't even think about it. It's better for your family to mourn your loss than be given the poison of your continued survival. This is a lesson hard learned from hundreds of others across the entirety of history, to the point we now know for sure that there is something built into the curse to force us to target our loved ones for feeding. We need blood to sustain ourselves and continue existing. This is not a mercy, but designed desperation. Blood from animals will work, but is bland and dull. Blood from people is the only source that sates the hunger. Blood from loved ones is said to be the most exceptional taste of them all. You understand? Again, he is being warned out of the gate. Do not. You do not understand. There is something in the curse. Again, they are trying to scientifically, figure out the parameters of the curse. Because why wouldn't you, right? All vampires in my setting come from mages. You have to be a wizard to become a vampire noble. Let's put an asterisk in that, right? To become the originators, the progenitor vampires, you must be a mage. The rest of the vampires are a loophole where they figured out if they drain people entirely of blood and then put their cursed blood into them, they can make more vampires. So they could get companionship in that way. Vampires can consume other vampires, but it's not done. You don't gain power or strength from it. But it's a way to utterly humiliate and destroy them. You know what I mean? It's a power flex. But you're not actually gaining better abilities. The exception to this rule, is if you are 3 generations removed. What does that mean? If there is a second generation, so they were literally created by the progenitor makes a vampire. That's second generation. The vampire makes a vampire. That's third generation. It's a little bit less. That vampire makes another vampire. Fourth generation. That vampire makes another vampire. Fifth generation. if that 5th generation manages to somehow overpower the 2nd generation and consume all their blood, they will actually get stronger. The problem is actually trying to overcome somebody that many generations beyond you. Right? Like, you gotta remember, the generation thing, it's a power gap, but the biggest thing is it's a knowledge gap. Because the person that's 2nd generation is likely being mentored and trained by the progenitor. And they have no reason to go against their progenitor. Like, they don't get anything if the progenitor dies. They don't get anything if they drink of the progenitor, other than, obviously, a power flex, right? So they don't really have a reason to betray their progenitor, the actual creator of the house. Oh, my God, you'd have to go through some crazy subterfuge. Because it's the same thing for the 3rd generation and the 4th generation. There's no reason for them. The 4th generation could argue that they would get stronger if they took the progenitor out. But the progenitor is an actual mage that understands magic on a deeply intrinsic level. That's the only way they could have ever tried to cast the life ritual to begin with. Nope. The curse cannot be overcome. If it cannot be over 50%, if it's 50.1% or more, the curse is full effect. If it's under 50%, the body just doesn't do anything. It doesn't come back. Right? So you have a limited pool of going down and down and down and down and down. But even if it's 50.1%, you get the full effects of the curse. There's no true thin bloods. Nope. You can't get dampiers, for example. There's no such thing as thin bloods. Now, there are weaklings, the peasants and the serfs and things like that. They do exist. Those are the ones that are near the bottom. But you can't get like a thin blood. It doesn't work. They just don't come back. Right? When you try to do the same thing and drain them of all their blood and then put your cursed blood in, they just don't come back. They're just there. They're lifeless. They're a corpse that now has blood in it. Okay. Like, good job. You might as well re-slurp it back up. Ironically, and what they didn't expect, what they did not expect was that the greatest danger actually comes, and this is kind of the whole thing of like repeating a cycle. So I'm going to ask you, chat, this. What was the greatest danger to the nobility throughout history? What's the greatest danger? Because there's some irony here. There's a repetition. Exactly. The peasantry. The peasantry are your greatest danger. That's the greatest threat. Peasant revolts and uprisings, they get very nasty very quickly. And so what ends up happening is, if you are at that very tail end of the vampire hierarchy, 3 generations up from you is not a very strong vampire. Why don't you kill them and drink them? And now you got a bit stronger. And then you just go up and up and up and up. And there are a lot more on the low end than on the high end. Because the progenitors don't like making a bunch of vampires, right? And then once you start getting good at hunting vampires, and especially if you're subtle about it, well, you're one hell of a big threat, aren't you? Now, this is the irony of it, because remember, the vampires adopted the idea of nobility. Hang on, let's see if we can do this. I want to see where they get to it. I want to get to where they talk about. Originally, they didn't care about, like, titles and ranks and things like that. It was only after misconceptions and, like, fantasy writers, or, you know, like, writers of fables and myths that were totally going to tell the truth about the vampires, talked about, like, counts and dukes and kings being vampires, that the vampires were like, you know what? To shield ourselves and make people sound more crazy and believe more of the misconceptions, thus being able to kind of like, oh, haha, you believe the stories, we're actually going to adopt the noble titles and everything, right? So, in an ironic twist, that they are literally fulfilling the same dangers that nobility actually face, where the common people can overthrow them. Only they brought it upon themselves, because they gave themselves the rank of king or duke or count or viscount or baron. You know, they gave themselves those ranks specifically to hide and obfuscate who they are, right? Yep, they're mantling the myth, exactly. They talk about, don't get me started on the misconceptions. Let's see. Where is it? Misconceptions. Oh, here we go. How much do you know about vampires? This made all three of the people with him smile, all showing the elongated canines. What, like the blood-sucking nobles with the steaks and garlic and holy water? Okay, that was actually more surprising than he had expected. Saren was not a world that was foreign to the concept of magic, and there were even some countries that were considered too dangerous for habitation. Though inhabited, they were all the same, because of the restless dead. It was often a critical trap in thinking that because one fantastical element existed in the world, such as moving skeletons and zombies, then all other aspects must be true. The joke being, by the way, in all of my books, there are no such things as sea monsters. But everybody like that falls into that trap of thinking is like, oh, sea monsters must be real too. Remember, in Den of the Arctic Wolf, one of them was like, yep, and the sea monsters. Don't forget the giant sea snakes. And, you know, meanwhile, all the voir dire look between each other and they're like, don't correct them. Don't tell them that there's no sea snakes. There's no sea monsters. Don't fucking correct them. Oh, by the gods. Don't get me started on the misconceptions. Really, what is the entertainment industry good for? Giving people the wrong impression and keeping us better concealed, that's for sure. Jeb offered a laugh and then lightly patted Vincent on the chest. Well, the truth is all over the place. Some get shockingly close to the correct answer, but a lot of misconceptions are out there. Yeah, like the Kraken and things like that don't actually exist, but they think it does. Nobility, for example. Originally, the upper echelon didn't even consider themselves nobles and were instead clinging to the old concepts of magic. I guess minor divergence, but all originator vampires are mages. Anyway, they would normally take titles like Archmage or Grand Scholar. It wasn't until books really made their appearance that they decided to rebrand and accept the misconception of nobility to better shield themselves. Kind of funny in the long run. As for stakes, the key is damaging the heart. The only organ that works, and I use that term loosely in our bodies, so it doesn't need to be some blessed wood or anything special. If it hits the heart, you're ash. Silver, though, nasty stuff. Keep well away from silver at all times. It's a horrific acidic thing to us. Garlic, surprisingly effective against us. Not because of being garlic, mind you. Part of the curse you now wear branded on your soul is that food really fucks with us badly. The more potent the food, the more it fucks with us. And garlic being so pungent and concentrated makes it ideal for really throwing a monkey wrench into the works. But onions, peppers, spices in general are really bad for us. Once you dilute the concentration, though, you dilute the effects. Just don't try to eat food. Ever. Trust me. It will feel like you're dying. Force you to convulse and dump a load of pain throughout your whole body in a hurry. Vincent could do little but nod along, a strange sensation as his brain was already trying to dissect the words and catalog them away. It felt as if he was on a new case, a puzzle needing to be solved to catch the bad guys at the end of it. Thus he listened very intently and carefully to each word being said. And what about holy water? Again, Stacy spoke up with a shrug. We got no fucking idea. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but Stacy is right on this one. It isn't that we don't try to figure these things out, but stuff like holy water or not being able to enter certain buildings confounds all our kind since the beginning of vampire existence. We've seen priests bless water right before our eyes and it does nothing but get us wet. Then you watch some dude in a trench coat pull out a vial, drink some for a blessing and throw it on one of us, and it's like a fucking explosion goes off. But it's just water. Not even specially filtered or anything. The scariest one I saw was some vagabond-looking woman. Jeremy went to feed on her, and she simply pulled out a bottle of what we thought was hooch. And when she splashed it on him, he burst into flames. Somehow the vagrant had holy water with her and knew to use it on Jeremy, too. All three of them cringed at the very idea of it. Basically, Jeremy tried to feed on an Anvaki. Remember, Anvaki can see the truth. They know if somebody is a blank, aka a vampire. They can literally see you. They know you from a crowd. They can literally be like, vampire, vampire, ooh, fox spirit, ooh, the wolf spirit, oh, hey, oh, they're following one of the vampires. Oh, okay, well, that vampire's about to get fucked. The detective filed that away as a mystery, but came to the conclusion that it was best to avoid any water-based attacks in the future. Jeb, meanwhile, began to step back and head for a dresser nearby, as Vincent looked over his body, even drawing his hands up to feel the holes still in his chest and stomach that did not bleed. Okay, water. Be very cautious of it. Though I am curious, you said some buildings we can't go in? As he asked the question, Thomas was whispering something to Stacy before he gave a nod of his head and departed the room. Meanwhile, Jeb was still searching through a dresser as he answered. Yeah. Again, same with the holy water. We have no idea why or how it works. Some houses we can go in and out of freely. Others, it's like you slam face first into a glass wall that gives you a hell of a jolt of pain and kicks you back. Thousands of years of investigations to uncover why. Not a single one of our kind has ever figured it out. It isn't the style of construction, the materials used, the function of the building, the colors. We got nothing. After a bit more rummaging, he came back and laid some clothing out onto the bed for the detective to take. Yep. Oh, 1,000,000,000%. The Spirit Net, which is the new name for it, by the way. Once the invention of the interconnected network actually happened, the whole spirit gossip thing became a little more organized, and it became jokingly called the Spirit Net, which then became no longer a joke and became more reality. Spirit Net is flooded with fucking vampire stories, right? Like, I watched the local vampire try to go inside a supermarket and get blown into the parking lot. Hilarious. They have all kinds of shit like that, right? Oh, you could, but you need to be a very strong ander, right? You have to be an incredibly strong ander. And by the way, ander is spelled A-N-D-R. There's no other E. There's no E. Just ANDR. And Fiander is FJANDR. Those are faux spirits, evil spirits. Fiander, evil spirits, Ander, normal spirits. Yeah, there are so many gossip sections about vampires on the Spirit Net. It is unreal. Oh god, if the spirits could figure out how to record something, it would get so much worse on SpiritNet. You have no idea. Remember, what Alex tells Victoria in Den of the Arctic Wolf. Listen, you're going to get to interact with the SpiritNet. You need to take everything you see on there with a huge grain of salt. Like, do not believe basically anything that's on the SpiritNet. You have no idea how gossip happy the spirits are. And the worst part about the spirits, he doesn't say this in book, but the spirits basically engage in Chinese whispers all the fucking time. Right? All the time. And no two spirits, none of them will actually give the same exact information about a situation, because each spirit is individualistic. Each spirit takes away what they think is important in a situation. It doesn't, like, a spirit may like, well, I don't care about what names were involved. I just know vaguely that, hey, that Grey Wolf tribe, their chieftain, I don't know what his name is, it doesn't matter. Their chieftain fought five Wolverine by himself and almost won. It was incredible. And he used all these gifts, and there was crazy powers going on, and it was a battle for the ages. Meanwhile, another spirit watching the same exact event would William Lowell, aka Strithelfer, was in a battle against a bunch of others, and he nearly succeeded in a bout I didn't expect him to even try to win. It was incredible. Like, the most incredible part was what he did to that poor Domari. I hadn't seen anything like it. So it's like, okay, I'm going to take Grey Wolf, Chieftain, which is William Strithelfer. Okay, that makes sense. So put those together. We know that's true. Now, he fought a bunch of them. This guy says he fought 5. This one says he fought a bunch. Like, is it 5? Or are they exaggerating a little bit? Did they hear from someone else? So this is the whole thing about the Spirit Net. It is literally Chinese whispers, the rumor mill. And spirits are obsessed with rumors and gossip. That is how spirits trade for anything. Like, that is their currency, okay? Now, you can't make anything up, because to make it a currency, there has to be a kernel of truth in it. You cannot make up everything. But if you legitimately believe you remember this in this way, because these are the details you took as important, it's true, right? It doesn't matter that now it's completely different from what it originally was. You heard it from that spirit. So you know that spirit told me this. And that spirit heard it from another spirit, and that spirit heard it from another spirit, and that spirit heard it from another spirit. And the original message was one thing, and now you've totally fucked everything. But you think it's true, so it acts as currency. And again, it isn't that the spirits can be crazy. It's that they legitimately no, this is what I heard. This is what I took from what he told me. That is why all of the Guardians, which is what the spirits call the Vordir, all of the Guardians, all the shapeshifters, all the aspect shifters, all of the Guardians, the Vordir, so the Wolverine, the Volpavin, the Barovin, everything, they will warn everyone, including their new pups and everything, do not take what you read or hear on the Spirit Net as truth. My God, do not. You do not understand. There can be a million conversations about the same exact incident, and if you read all 1 million of them, you might still not understand what the fuck actually happened. Because every single one of those million is actually taking something different that it was important to them. So that's the fun of the Spirit Net, because it gets into the whole idea of like, hey, if the Guardians, if the Wolverine can talk directly to the spirits, can't the spirits just snitch on everyone? And it's like, they could if it wasn't for the fact they're obsessed with rumors and gossip, right? That's the thing. That's the whole, like, you can't have a murder mystery in the modern day because people will pull out their cell phones. This is the anti-cell phone thing. Because the spirits are so obsessed with rumors and gossip, you cannot trust implicitly what they say. Because they can be wrong, but they are telling the truth from their perspective. Oh. Yep. Sees guy flipping a coin. He wore a green suit looking like imported silk with moose leather. He was old, really old, with golden brown eyes and oddly pitch black hair. He also had a mark on his ring finger where there was a wedding ring. The Colt, I don't know what you mean there. The Could was minted 37 years ago and had a dent in it. Yeah, basically that. But again, you don't know if they're actually talking about the same incident or not. Oh. The coin. Okay, the coin. That's what it auto-corrected on you. All right, yeah. The coin was minted 37 years ago and had a dent in it. It's one of those, yeah, that's exactly it. Like, what the spirit finds interesting and takes as its little nugget of, ooh, I have a story. Wildly different for each spirit. Wildly different. An endless game of telephone. Like I said, Chinese whispers. It's literally Chinese whispers. And it never ends. And the worst part about it is all of the greater spirits engage in it as well. They can't help themselves. A greater spirit is still a spirit. So, Root Howler, Vingalik, they're still engaged in it. Frostfang is engaged in it. They can't help themselves. Now, once they break out of being just a spirit and they ascend to divinity, like Frostfang is damn near on the verge of becoming a divine entity itself. Right? Like, not a divine entity from the perspective of humanity, because they believe that spirits are divine entities, but an actual divine entity within the divine realm itself. Once they break out of that, they kind of normalize and chill themselves the fuck out. So the divine dragons can actually engage in critical thinking and tell you truths. Right? So, like, if you ask Meraxis, like, what the hell happened? He can be like, what have you heard? Okay, I'm about to tell you that, like, only 10% of that's true. Let's actually set the record straight. Or Storyteller or Cortisoth. Any of them could, like, tell you the exact thing that actually happened. Not because they know everything, but they can actually tell you, like, no, I don't know about that. I can go investigate, though, and figure it out. But yeah, that's his whole, like, that's the whole thing with the spirits. And again, like I said, that's my anti-cell phone, like, rule. Why I made the spirits so obsessed with the idea of gossip and rumors and everything like that is to get around the idea of that, hey, spirit, whoa, who killed this man? And then you get 15 spirits that all tell you something different. That all might have tangential kernels of truth about who actually killed that man. It's like, okay, based off the 15 different rumors we got, that all have a different fucking perspective, and all like, one was obsessed with the socks. What the fuck did the socks have to do with anything? I don't know, but the one was obsessed with the socks. And my God, he wanted to give me the thread count and everything. Yeah, but again, the internet in the world of Saren isn't actually globally interconnected. The Rosentian internet is not connected to the Golden Dawn Imperium's version of the internet, is not connected to the Dwarven Clanholds, which the Dwarven Clanholds have a wildly fragmented internet. Oh my God, I can't even, like, that's going to be crazy. The Sahir has a connected network. The Swaha, they don't have the internet. They don't give a fuck. They live in jungles. Yeah, it's more intranets. Like, yes, Rosentia is massive, right? Rosentia is basically the size of the United States and Canada put together. It is a huge country. It is a huge republic. They have internet because their network is all interconnected in and of themselves. The Clanholds are much more like what you would get in Night City, where you have local internet hubs. Like, the city's internet is here, but it's not connected to another city, sort of thing. Oh, excuse me. It's also the other thing where, like, the dwarves swear that the Vordir are real. The elves swear the Vordir are real. The lizardmen, the Litzorgan is what they're called. They swear... Oh, sorry, Litzorin. They swear that the Vordir are real. But that doesn't mean that they want to, like, reveal themselves as like, no, yeah, no, all those other countries are right. Because they're like, okay, if we just pretend that they're crazy, or like it's just fables and folklore and everything like that, it's much safer. We're much safer. But yeah, it's oof. That's the whole thing of like why William is saying, like, as technology gets more advanced, it doesn't matter if the dwarves can prove that they're real, that the wisdom in stone is correct, that werewolves do exist, or that were-ravens exist, or that were-lions exist. Or if the dwarf or the elves of the Golden Dawn Imperium, or the lizardmen of the Swaha, or the Sahir, like, it doesn't matter. We can't keep this secret forever. It's getting harder and harder. It's getting really hard in Rosentia to keep it. And remember, they invented new gifts to, like, destroy evidence. Like, the data corrupting gift that they have, where they sacrifice a mirror or a camera or a cell phone in order to wipe evidence in a local area. Yeah, it's great, but the internet exists. No, the world would not be like meh. When you realize that your neighbor could be a supernatural entity, this is part of why the NDA obfuscates things so much. Because they came to the same conclusion. If you tell people that vampires exist, or that your neighbor could be a necromancer, or your neighbor could literally being engaged in ritualistic sacrifice, stuff like that, society has a problem. So the NDA came to the same conclusion. Now, the ritual, the right to sacrifice something that can take an image or hold a reflection, that clears local areas, but the internet now exists. If somebody's on a live stream and they live stream a werewolf being real, and you do the ritual, yeah, it'll take down the live stream. Anybody that recorded it, though, or saved a VOD of it before the ritual took place, it's not going to touch that data. You need to be locally present in order for the right to take effect. They can't keep it up forever. They can't wipe all the evidence. It's why Smiling Wolf Studios is going about it the other way around. Right? Smiling Wolf Studios is kind of inoculating people and getting people used to the fact that, hey, like, their whole thing is like, hey, if we can get it to when we're revealed that people don't run around screaming and panic, I don't care if it's done by the fact that people are down to fuck. You know? I don't care. If they're like, werewolves are real. Oh, that's hot. That's a way better improvement compared to werewolves are real, get your guns, we're blowing up everything, we're killing our neighbors, we're going in the fucking panic bunker. Like, we don't want that, you know, they, like, way better improvement. It's why Smiling Wolf Studios is directly, because remember, Jonathan Olfither is 200 years old. He is directly connected to the creation of the fandom. Yes, that fandom. Like, again, but that's the thing. That's the thing, Mishima. They want it to be more like the dragons. When the world realized dragons were real, they had the Third World War. And this one was the world against the dragons. And the dragons won very handily. So now people kind of know dragons exist, but they don't know about dragons. They just know they exist and they're powerful. Down to fuck versus thermal nuclear war. Exactly. Exactly. That's what they want. They're like, it's a market improvement. But once they can slip the idea that, hey, all those old myths and stuff like that about the guardian wolves protecting Rosentia is actually real, calm yourselves. We'll take care of you. This is our job. This is what we were put in the world to do. That's what they want. They're trying to get that blow of, like, when we can get over the hurdle of you panicking that your neighbor might be a werewolf or a were-raven or a were-shark or whatever, and get you to remember that, hey, in the creation of Rosentia, it mentions werewolves and things like that. We were more open because the information couldn't spread as wide. The guardian wolves in your creation myth of Rosentia itself, when the city-state marched on its neighbors and created the Republic, like, we're put here to try to safeguard the world and keep it running. That's what we're here for. That's what they want to get to. They want to get to that part, right? That's what they're after. So, if they can get that hurdle, things will start going more smoothly for, like, the running of the world. Right now, it's in a very noble dark setting, right? That's the whole point. The books of Saren in this era are noble dark, where there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of wickedness in the world, but there are people that are genuine heroes standing up against it. Not the weird thing where, like, cynical monsters fighting other monsters thing. No. There are actual, genuine, good people fighting the darkness. But the darkness is very strong. What's the saying, though? It's always darkest before the dawn. That's what the setting is. Again, like I said, if you know the classification, it is noble dark, where there are genuinely good people who are trying to fix things. That's what the Anvaki are. That's what the Watchmen are. That the Anvaki, the Watchmen, the Hunters, they are trying to fix the world. That's what the Guardians are trying to do. The Vordir, they are trying to fix the world. Things are out of balance at the moment because technology has raced ahead so far. But it will get better. Oh, absolutely. It's not going to be a utopia. Like, that's another thing, too, is to make clear. And it's made more clear when we go back to Avalorn, which is the originator of the Wolverine race. That is considered the home universe. That is where Meraxus rose to divinity. That is where the spirit realms themselves were created. When you go back to Avalor later in the timeline, when it's 10,000 years into the future, and they have great noble house ships flying through space, using magic in a totally new way, there are still wars, there's still fighting, there are still murderers and rapists and thieves. That hasn't changed. There is no utopia. But the technology, in this case Magitech, has gone to a whole new level. Like I said, genuine actual ships flying through space. Not like starships. Think more like if you saw our battleships flying through space, using sigils and runic script and everything to create shields around them, to create like stronger hulls and everything to resist attacks, personalized shields that use runic magics to get through. You can actually, there are people that are known as the divers. That is the like classification amongst wizards. There are people that dive, and those are people that go into the dark places of the spirit realm. For normal wizards, well, it's called the arcane to wizardry. Wizards call it the arcane. They don't call it the divine. It's why it's known as the realm of a million names. Because it's the arcane, it's the umbral places, it's the other side of the mirror, it's the spirit realm, the divine. Like, there are so many different names for it. There are wizards who they go into the arcane so that they can go to places like Mistvale, which is the city in the mists. That's where a lot of wizards go to meet their familiars to sign contracts. Oh, good puppies. There was a lady walking two German shepherds. And they just looked by and they were both looking at me like, oh, I hear talking. Hello, as they were walking by. Ugh. Yeah, 100% Dave's fault. But again, that's part of why. So William, to put a pin in this real quick, William Lowell is actively trying to go from another direction. Jonathan Olfitter is doing the whole like normalizing and inoculation of like werewolves through like smut and things like that, through porn and stuff. That's the way that Jonathan Olfitter is going about it. William Lowell instead is going about it by cleaning up the NDA and becoming the safeguard of Rosentia. He is going to become the bastion. He's going to have Grey Wolf be the guardian wolves, like in myth, of the creation of Rosentia. That's his route about going to it. So that when they are revealed, Grey Wolf could step forward and be like, yeah, we were all, like, Grey Wolf was all werewolves and things like that all along. We have been protecting you from the darkness of the world this whole time. We are what cleaned up the corruption of the NDA. We are what set them on a better path. We are guardians. We do not want to tell you how to run your life or anything like that. We are here as protection. So again, that's William's like view. They're all coming at it from different angles. Oh. Yeah, so anyways, Mistvale is the city in the mists. This is run by different different Ander. Like, in every universe, there is a mist veil. Massive air quotes. It is considered one of those, like, because there are people, a mist veil will exist in that universe. Right? That's just how it works. Because people exist, a mist veil will rise to exist. Because wizards will want to explore the arcane, they will find a place that they like, that seems secretive, they will start construction of their own homes, the Ander will take notice and will start flocking around, more wizards will show up, some might fight, the stronger will win, they might bring in more of their friends to safeguard it, it slowly builds over time. Every single universe has a mist veil. Every one of them. They all look different. There's a different Ander that runs them. But it will happen. It is one of those, like, it's too beneficial to not happen. It is one of those mutually assured convergences. A mist veil will exist in that universe. Like, and it doesn't have to be called mist veil, right? It's just one of those things, a lot of them will call it Mistvale, the City in the Fog, the City of the Mists, the City of the Wizardry, like the Wizarding School, like anything matters, but there's a Mistvale, air quotes, in every single universe. No, they can't. Because only the true divine plane can actually connect all the different universes. None of the mist veils, none of the cities of the mist, none of the city of fog, none of the city of haze or anything like that can actually connect to each other. This is where the dragon's divine palace comes in. This is where the divine dragon emperor Meraxus and his palace come into play, because they move through the multiverses. Exactly, Deus Volt. It's just it's a universal constant. And again, like, they don't share the same name. They don't have to. There are a lot of them that call themselves Mistvale. There are a lot of them that call themselves the City of the Fog, the City of Gates, the City of Doors, the City of Wizards, the Wizarding School. Like, they all do this because it's just a natural thing to happen, right? Oh yeah. Again, avarice. Avarice is a hell of a thing, Eldritch Dragoon. So yes, there are some that will take advantage of that. Others, like, again, La Pradia is a prime example. Smiling Wolf Studios are a criminal organization with a front of being a porn studio, right? That is what they are. They control the criminal underworld and all of La Pradia. La Pradia's crime is directly connected to Smiling Wolf Studios. So, yeah. But that's also why La Pradia is the cleanest of the cities. Because it's one criminal organization, and they are specifically doing it as, like, there's going to be crime. There are people that are going to commit crimes. There's people going to commit theft and murder and things like that. We will help the police stop the murderers, the rapists, the pedophiles, things like that. We will curb thievery by making the thieves have to come through us or fuck off. We will help people get their property back. We will set up gambling dens so people can engage in vice and things like that. We have strip clubs and stuff like that people can go to. We have the dock workers are directly paid by us. They control the crime. They can therefore make sure that there are no drug dens. There are no sex traffickers. There are no human traffickers. There's no child traffickers. They can do these things because they control totally the underworld. But this also makes it a target. The Vink family wants that pie. Because the Vink family are criminals. Right? They control a lot of the surrounding cities and villages from where their compound is. The Vink family wants that pie. And Danesport may be one of the big ports, but it's not as lucrative as LaPradia is, and everyone knows it. Remember, Smiling Wolf Studios, its motto, I've said it before, Smiling Wolf Studios' motto is, appearances are just that. That's its motto. Sorry. I got the mute button to work on some of that cough. My apologies on the rest of it. But yeah, so that's why in the end game of when Saren, when the veil gets torn away, the shroud of secrecy, and the werewolves are fully revealed to the light, this is what helps. Of being like, Smiling Wolf Studios like, hey, we're werewolves. We're actually werewolves. All those porn videos and everything, those are real. Like, we added in, like, static and fuck-ups through editing and things like that to make it look less real. No, it's all real. We haven't hurt any of those actors or actresses. They're still with us. They're still talking. Like, again, you've met them. You do meet and greets with them. They're fine. And then William Lowell reveals, like, obviously Grey Wolf has been protecting Rosentia and has done everything in the interest of Rosentia it possibly can. We are literally the guardian wolves of Rosentia. The Rosentian Grey Wolf is on the flag of the capital, for God's sakes. They're still with us, and most of them can still walk normally. Well, that's the other thing too. Part of like changing the heights. Part of changing the heights down, like this. So this was the original, where, as you can see, well, let's do this so you can see it easier. This is the original. This is the new heights. See, part of changing the heights down was to make that a little more plausible. Of like, and again, already in Guardians of Nature, the reason Esmeralda Davari, aka Emerald Divine, is her working name, she falls in love with Jonathan Olfither, not knowing who Jonathan Olfither actually is. She just falls in love with that wolf. She's like, there is a werewolf that was showing another actor who I had to do a scene with exactly how to hold me, exactly how to move me, like the limitations and everything like that, how to actually make it look good without hurting me. Because in my contract, I have no penetration as one of my things. You don't need to actually penetrate for it to work. There's things like thigh jobs or rubbing it against her belly or between her breasts or things like that, right? You don't need to do penetration. And they're talking about, like, if you want to respect the contract but still make it look good, this is the way you do it. You have, her leg up here. We'll film you from this angle. Things like that. That's the way they go about it. And she actually, because the one she was working with was a Speya. Alright? So over here on the low end, a Speya. Maximum height of a Speya, minimum height of a Speya. This is what she was working with, right? And Jonathan is on this end. In fact, he's like 9'3". So he's a little under here, right? And he's bigger, he's stronger, he keeps in really good shape. He's constantly fighting. He's literally considered one of the greatest fighters of the Wolverine race until William Lowell awakens. Which is when he meets his match. Because William Lowell is fucking gifted beyond belief when it comes to fighting. They aren't slaves. They're just really kinky. Have you seen the latest videos? They keep trying to take us for walks. If anything, we are the slaves. Yeah, like I said, so I changed it from this. So they went from like the Wrecker Max being 11. I just shaved a foot off on all of them and just brought it down a little bit more in height. Is this the one that shows? Yeah, this is the one that shows the whammon. What it was, even with the 10-foot height, right? Like, it's still a big size difference. It's still a big size difference. So yeah, so from this to this, just a little bit, we've nudged it, right? And this is also to show you that the casts, again, in an audience member's mind, when you see one thing at 6 feet tall, and then you see something come in that's 8 feet tall, you naturally assume that the thing that's 8 feet tall is stronger, right? It's just natural. Andre the Giant was considered the strongest man alive, even though he technically couldn't lift up, like, anything. Because his body was literally crushing itself, right? But that's the natural assumption that audiences have, that a reader has. If I tell you that there's a 10-foot tall werewolf, you are likely already in your mind formulating that they are really fucking strong. And this is actually played out into why the Speya are the weakest. They're still way stronger than a human is, but they are the weakest of them. They are the lesser moons. You have the half moons, and then you have the greater moons, and for good reason. Yes. Yes, again, it's just a way. This is kind of playing into that a little bit because it's naturally fitting into the Speya are weaker than a Wrecker, right? The Guthi are weaker than a Wrecker. The Domari are weaker than a Wrecker. The Yalderskald are weaker with an asterisk, right? Because now you're starting to get into, well, their heights are starting to get pretty fucking close. So yeah, that is the whole idea. And again, that's the whole thing with Smiling Wolf Studios and bringing the sizes down a bit. But that's why Emerald Davari kind of falls for Jonathan. And another thing, again, just to be fair, he is a very, very handsome werewolf. Very handsome. But he doesn't indulge as much because as he tells Michael, who doesn't believe him at first, he's like, I save my lustful nature for if I ever take a mate, if I ever have a wife, then she's going to get the full bore of it. And he's like, I don't believe you, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the whole thing, too. That's the problem that Michael is getting into right now. He is trying to figure out... Let's go to it right now. Where is it? Where is it? All right, here we go. Here, I'll even show you on screen. Michael moved with a credible purpose, his mind rapidly working through the possibilities of the smiler he faced, and that he was certainly assured, for he had seen the twisted hallmarks of the gratuitous grin when he loomed over Jennifer. His build looked rather lean, and his height was only slightly taller than Michael's own, but this too gave a clue. Michael was the tallest a Guthi could ever be. Thus he knew that he was fighting no lesser moon, and could exclude the Speya and Guthi, much to his own dismay. He must therefore be a Domari, Yalderskald, or Wrecker, and even then the height would have been on the low end for that of a Wrecker. And later on, one of the hypocrites came to play. This really is my lucky day. Perhaps the most terrible part of the corruption was how the sin seemed to pilot the body, and these moments where the fallen spoke were always laced with words meant to degrade or tempt. all your efforts and you just don't hit that hard. What a lower moon weakling you are. Let me show you how a wrecker hits. It was the last thing Michael wanted to hear. Not only was he a greater moon, but one of the full moon cast. The wrecker were the living siege engines of the Wolverine race, infamous for their nigh limitless stamina, regenerative endurance, and overwhelming strength. It was clear that this Smiler had let his training go, but that did not lessen the danger by much. For Michael was indeed one of the lesser moons, and thus at a serious disadvantage. This became all the more clear as the Smiler raised his hands up and began dragging the claws on his fingers against each other. This was a gift the Wrecker were infamous for, literally sharpening their claws to make them cut with the same clarity as a blade. Worse still, he noticed the strange pus starting to bubble from the bed of each claw, a sign that the slashes would be laced with a caustic additive, and a hint that the Wrecker had fallen further down the corruption's grasp. Thus he prayed to all the Ander, the divine dragons, and anyone that would hear his words, for Sarah to arrive soon. She was of the elder skald of the gibbous moon. Though they could not match a Wrecker in terms of brute force, they were the only caste that could hope to go toe-to-toe directly with one and even triumph through skill. There you go. So again, you are biologically predisposed that if you put any amount of effort into actually doing like exercise in the slightest, you will build muscle like crazy fucking fast. You are biologically predisposed to actually go off the charts. A Wrecker that embraces their biology and puts in the work is a terrifying monstrosity of strength. They literally can flip over tanks. They can pick up oil tankers like the trucks. Now, I'm not talking about like the ships. They can pick up oil tankers full to the brim and throw them. They are terrifyingly strong. Like, a Wrecker is known as the living siege engine for a reason. They are overwhelming strength. And they have the endurance and stamina to back it up too. They do not get tired quickly. Right? They are nigh relentless. This is why that's their symbol. That symbol says it all. It is a full moon with the two slashes across it. The symbol of the Wrecker makes entirely clear exactly what they are. Give a Wrecker long enough and they might be able to throw ship. It depends on the size and the weight, right? They're not going to throw an oil tanker. There's no way. They're not going to throw a transport ship or anything like that. But maybe like a yacht, they could heft and like move it. But yeah, no, again, it gets to be where the weight and the awkwardness of it gets to be a problem. Yeah, and this is the whole thing, like, if the audience asks, why are they so fucking strong? Why are they so fucking big? Because they're fighting fucking demons, that's why. They are literally to fight the hells. No, it doesn't matter. You can't overcome a certain limit, right? You can get really fucking strong, but you're not gonna like surpass a crazy limit. You have super strength. Again, picking up an oil tanker, like an oil tanker truck, is no small feat. That is a fuck ton of weight. Being able to literally upend a tank, an actual main battle tank, is no small feat. But they're not going to be able to pick up the tank itself. They can't pick up the main battle tank by itself, right? Oh, a fuck ton of them. A bunch of them. Remember, William Lowell, here before we get the rewrite. William Lowell, Chapter 14, Scrutiny. Again, this is before the rewrite, so I don't mind showing this. We're going to be rewriting this whole section, too. Like, there's more chapters coming. This is part of the rewrite, and it's to flesh out a lot more of this stuff. William looked at the weight bar for a long time as he slowly slipped down onto the bench. A few other members of the strike team were nearby, waiting if they were needed as the spotter placed his hands gently on the bar. You sure about this, Will? You already can do more than any of us. Don't need to show off, you know. Not about showing off, Craig. I want to keep pushing myself. Find that hard limit. Chip at it. See if I can go further beyond. The others took turns looking between themselves before they looked down at William, who began to work his hands into position, using his ring finger to line up with the smooth part of the bar to make sure his hands were equal distance apart from the ends. Yeah, well, I'll stick to what I got right now. I don't think I need to be able to do 330 pounds. And by the way, he casually lifts the 330 pounds. Like, and he's a Yalderskald that hasn't been trying to power lift, right? He's just been trying to keep fit. He is not. Oh, hang on. Let's do like him actually working through. 1. It was the first, and he felt his arm still shaking, but he went for another. 2. This came easier as his muscles warmed up to the exertion, but he knew he didn't want to push himself into injury. 3. Here he felt good and confident that he was actually doing it, but he kept his focus intently on the feel in his arms and chest. 4. Here he felt the slight burning sensation and pulling in his chest. He would need to be done soon. 5. This was the limit for now. Slowly he drew the bar back and let it come down as gently as he could. A slight crack as metal met metal, and the weight was now off his arms. Whew. Damn, William. 330 pounds. No lifting your ass off the bench or struggling. All in all, not bad. So, yeah. Like I said, he's a Yalderskald. He is 1 moon lesser, 1 moon phase. And remember, there's technically 8 phases of the moon, but it's not broken down into that. There's a little bit of subconscious, there's a little bit of subconsciousness in like their mentality. Like a waxing Yalderskald will be a little more uproarious, a little more like, we can do this, a little more motivating, beat the war drum sort of thing, which is what William Lowell is. Versus Jonathan Olfither, who is a waning gibbous moon. He's a little more like remorseful, remembering the dead. He's the one that does the dirges. He's literally called Reaper Song for a reason. Like, his is more in memory of the fallen. The old lessons, the old pains will teach us the valuable lessons we need to learn. So, there's a little bit different mentality, but there's not actually 8 different casts, right? You don't have a waxing Yalderskald versus a waning Yalderskald. The waxing Yalderskald and the waning Yalderskald can actually have the same personality. It's just they're more likely to fall into these kind of like, one is a little more upbeat and motivator, the other one is more of the remembrancer sort of thing. But there's no hard thing that says you have to be that way. That just kind of is like a thing they notice more. Like, hey, a lot more of the waning gibbous moons are a little more like sorrowful, a little more like, I will remember the past, I will teach us the lessons of the old hurts to gain the knowledge needed for the future. Right? But in truth, 5 casts, 8 on a technicality. Because there's technically 8 phases of the moon. Oh. Yeah, chat. Yeah. Oh my god, Command & Conquer Online meme. What a fucking blast. Okay. Right. Chat. I love these sort of things where we just get to sit and talk and everything like that and go through stuff. And again, I know how it can be kind of like, I don't know what's a good word for it, but I don't know. I just appreciate that you guys are genuinely interested and want to know more about the setting and everything that I'm working on. And like that you guys like listen in and everything, and like hearing the process as we go along. We go through the rewrites and everything. We go through setting up everything and the complexities of the world and how it all functions and works together. It's the same thing with like corporate wizardry. I like that people generally vibe with Isaiah Crowley, and they actually like him as a character. Because I think he's a fun character. He's the ghoul of the defensive spellwork department for a reason. Oh, writing is a ton of fun. I love writing. I've always loved writing. And I do, like I said, my plan is to get a bunch of books published. Again, we're going through this process to specifically get these ready for publication. That's why we have the first draft, and then we're doing the rewrites and everything. Make sure everything's up to snuff, getting all fit together and everything. No plot holes, no retcons needed. That's why I'm not doing like one book and then having to do another and then the next and the next and the next. I'm doing multiple books all at once, and then they can cross-reference and be like, okay, this now retcons and things like, we can fix everything. Thus far, the only retcon I've had to fix was originally I was toying with the ideas of Smilers being able to work together a little bit better. Here, I wanted to make it clear that this Smiler is only working with another Smiler because he's being manipulated, because this Smiler is all about lust, and his lust is being satiated by an envy Smiler. The envy Smiler, like, how dare the other Wolverine think that Smilers can't do this? They think they're so much better than me. They're not better than me. You know what I mean? Again, he's literally jealousy. Like, he's trying to do this to spite the other Wolverine. It's not done because he's a genuine good leader. In fact, he's a piece of shit. And as William Lowell even says in the second chapter of the book, if he knew what he was about to learn, he would have killed his commanding officer immediately. AKA, he would have killed Commander Lorcan Thetis. But this is also the tragedy that gets explored more in Grey Wolf, where he can't help himself. He starts to look into Commander Lorcan Thetis' past, and he realizes what is so painful about the Smilers. He kind of knows it at the end of Guardians of Nature, but he learns the painful truth. All Smilers were Wolverine. They fell to their temptations. They fell to their corruption. That's the sad truth of it. You could have been friends with Commander Lorcan Thetis if he hadn't fallen to his temptations. If the sin hadn't taken control of him, you two could have been friends. Genuine compatriots and comrades in arms. It's why the Hells are so damnable and why the Hells must be defeated. Because this corruption is a truly terrible thing, because it takes away something that is good and utterly destroys it. And once you fall to the temptations, there's no coming back. That is the tragedy of the Smilers. That is the tragedy of the Hellhounds. That is the true evil wickedness of the Hells themselves. And the worst part is that eventually, when the severance is made, when Meraxus is able to break the chain and relieve himself of Zaramis, even though he will eventually create a path of redemption through his first son, He cannot redeem the hellhounds. There is no way he can't redeem the hellhounds because they are actually demons now. They aren't souls that are being punished. A smiler that goes through the entire arc of corruption becomes a demon. They are indistinguishable from demon kind, and therefore they cannot be saved. That is the tragedy of it. Once a smiler dies, if they are not killed in a way to lock their soul in their skull and presented to be destroyed in the divine realm, they will become a hellhound. And they can never be saved. That is the ultimate tragedy, that even when he creates a path of redemption out of the hells themselves for the other souls that are there, because if you are there and you resist the sin that holds you, you can start walking the path of redemption. The hellhounds can never have that. They're gone forever. They are part of the hells now, and they can never come back. And so all those families across all the multiverses, be it from the hellhounds or the terrible rot ravens or any of the horrible demon bears stuff, they can never come back. Their families are forever deprived of their existence in the divine realms. Now, again, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Even if the path exists, there are some things that cannot walk it. And that is what inspires the fires in later, once the severance is made. That's what inspires the true contempt that the Vordir have for the hells. Anyways, chat. I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. I hope you guys had a good time while you were here. I'm glad that, I'm glad you guys were here with me and just chitty-chatting and getting to learn more about how everything's going to work, how it's all going to be brought together. And yeah, Saturday, for Saturday Showtime, we'll be watching the movie A Knight's Tale. A fantastic cult classic movie, and for good reason. In the meantime, though, chat, hope you guys take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. And I will see you back here tomorrow. Barring the fact that maybe I blew my voice out. We're gonna find out for the rest of the day. But I will leave a message if I blew my voice out or not. But yeah. Bye-bye for now, everyone.